Morning conference. If you could take your seats, we're ready to start conference 2025. Okay. Right, thank you. Well, first of all, welcome and good morning, Borodar, to our friends from Cymru in the middle there. Welcome to all delegates, observers and exhibitors, fraternal guests and friends, including those who are watching us live stream at home. I thought last night's dinner was exceptionally good this year. The food was good, people seemed to enjoy it, it went well. The honours video, the photo, a little bit of IT problem to start with, but that was soon fixed. But I understand that in some parts of the room there was some difficulty hearing me. You were lucky. But it won't last. Yeah, well, it was particularly good. I hope you like the awards section, the branch awards. It's the first time this year. I think that's a really good initiative for branches to recognise the work that so many of you do. We're all volunteers. None of us have to do it. We do it because we care, and it's just a way of identifying what we do as an organisation. So I think that was good, and I hope it's repeated next year, and we get even more nominations. The problem is probably everybody is entitled to a nomination, and that's the hard part. Working out who will win. So introduce the platform. As you probably know, Richard Critchley is the president. Kate Rowley is the vice president, vice chairman, and Alan Lees is our chief executive officer. Housekeeping. The emergency exits are all around the room marked in green. And I'm told if there is an evacuation on a fire drill, then you go out of the doors we came in at on Leopold Grove, turn left, and at the top of the road by the church, that's the assembly point. There's a fly who's taken a great attraction to me and won't go away. At least somebody's friendly to me. And they do say that if there's a bomb, you go past the church a little bit further away by the Salvation Army. I did say if there's a bomb, we'd probably go a lot further away than that, with any sense. So hopefully with no bombs or fires today. Nothing planned. Mobile phones, please, if they could be put to silent or vibrate if it's really necessary. Stewards, thanks kindly provided by the Blackpool branch of Narpo. And the liaison officer today, they know who it is, it's Nick Burrows from the National Executive. And just for that, the National Executive members are all sitting over there on those seats at the angle, so they can see you and you can see them. Any retirements? If anybody wishes any retirements announcing at the end of conference, if they let Bill Haley know, I think most of you will know Bill Haley. If you don't, you'll soon find out. And I should have said this perhaps earlier. Anybody with a hearing aid, I'm sure you know, but there is a loop system, so if you turn your hearing aid to T, no, we are having a bit of a problem with this sound, aren't we? Is it the lapel mic or the... I don't know. Anyway, I'll keep... Maybe I'll stand back a little bit. It'll be a bit better. Right. We will again be using palmlets when it comes to a vote. This year, it's slightly different than last year. Last year we used button A and button B. So I'll keep going. Palmlets, I say last year it was A and B. This year it's going to be a bit easier because it's either a red button or a green button. Oh, see, always something new for you. And if you can't tell the difference, there's also a little square or a triangle. So we should be able with those. And just to see how you're going to get on with it, we'll have a test question, if you are ready. Where is it?
Test question.
The test question is for all meteorologists. Will it be sunny in Blackpool tomorrow? Green for yes, and red for no. These things happen. Sorry about that. Right, back to the palmlets. The test question. Remember, green is yes, red is no. Right. Will it be sunny in Blackpool tomorrow? Please press your buttons now. And here's the total. Are they on screen yet? Why isn't it on screen? Got total. There we are. The total is 4. 187.
No.
No?
269.
I've got two screens here. I'll use this one. 78.9%, 269 against 211. Good. You can stay tonight. It's going to be lovely tomorrow. Right, back to get on with the business of conference now. First thing is, can conference adopt the standing orders, which are on page 28 and 29 of the agenda? Agreed, thank you. You see, there's a conference agenda. There's also a separate finance agenda. Some people have been asked, you've been asked if you wanted a copy. You should have had that now. But there is a separate, and it was also circulated by email. The timetable, which was on pages 16 and 17, but there have been a number of amendments to that. If we can put it on screen now. There we are. That's the amended timetable. It's much the same. We've added a video this morning after Graham Cole, which is not shown on there for some reason. After resolution 1 from Gwent, there's a 10-minute video, just a video, no more, from the National Police Arboretum Memorial in Staffordshire. I think other than that, it is as it should be. So we keep to the amended agenda and timetable. Scrutineers, to note, the list of scrutineers appears in the annual report on page 13. And this year, when I find it, the chief scrutineer is Ray Marrett from Wolverhampton branch. Sorry, yeah, Roy. It is even Roy. You're right, Roy. I should know that better, shouldn't I? And the liaison officer is Nick Burrows. We have now got the number of delegates who have registered this morning. That's 246. 246. And we were expecting 258. Well, there's always, I'm afraid, for reasons, people who are unable, for good reason, not to be able to attend. You will have seen in the agenda, I like to use paper, but I can never find anything. Oh, it's here, that's why. Yeah, I wrote on behalf of NEC to the King, expressing our loyal greetings and informing him of the conference. He hasn't said he's coming. But he has, have a letter from Buckingham Palace, been asked to thank you for your kind letter containing a message of loyal greetings to the King. This has been shown to His Majesty and now have pleasure in enclosing his reply. Please convey my warmest thanks to the National Executive Committee and members of the National Association of Retired Police Officers for their loyal greetings sent on the occasion of their annual conference, which is being held today in Blackpool. I much appreciate your message of loyal greetings and was touched to learn that your aim this year will be to discuss the future shape of your organisation in a changing society. In return, I send my warmest good wishes to all those who are present for a memorable event, we hope. Charles R., 5th September 2025. Now, if you would, those who are able, please, if we have a minute or so silence to remember our colleagues, former colleagues, friends, relatives who are no longer with us this year. Thank you, conference. Right, unfortunately for you, the next item on the agenda is me. Morning. Right, it's now more than 12 months since Narpo became an incorporated limited company, the most momentous change in our history. And I'm pleased to say that it all is well and that the transition has gone smoothly, almost seamlessly. In fact, I firmly believe that none of our members will have noticed any difference or seen any changes. This is entirely due to the fact that the service they received before has continued unaffected. They now do have the financial security that incorporation guaranteed them. And this is all due to the work that branches undertake on behalf of their members. Secretaries, chairmen, branch committee members have responded well, and again, little, if anything, has changed in the way you continue to serve your members, just as you did before. You provide at least the same quality of service as before, and I acknowledge that treasurers may have been more affected than others and had to make some changes to the ways in which they perform their duties to comply with new systems and requirements, but they too, with help from our financial controller and accounts administrator, have responded magnificently, and I thank you all, both personally and on behalf of your members. There can now be no doubt that the direction that we gave to our solicitors to keep our existing rules and to make changes only when necessary to comply with law has eased that transition from an unincorporated to corporate. But there's been one important change, and that of the NEC members' new responsibilities and mandate to govern the company at a corporate and strategic level. As directors, the members of the NEC must comply with the various laws and strictures that are incumbent on them to perform their duties. The most important, of course, of these are the provisions of the Companies Act and of Companies House. Narpo must and will act in accordance with these and any other legal requirements. I'm grateful to my fellow directors here for undertaking that difficult transition for unincorporated to incorporated and the steep learning curve they necessarily undertook, and also for taking all opportunity to explain these significant changes and their effects to the members in their respective regions. And significantly, they have all agreed to accept the onerous responsibilities of directorship on behalf of the members. With these understandings, I trust we can now move on to concentrate on where we are now and plan for the future, leaving these processes of implementation behind us. Of course, the directors do not operate in isolation, and I pay very grateful thanks to Alan Lees, our Chief Executive, and his loyal team at Narpo House, not only for the tremendous support given nationally throughout the lead-up to and during incorporation, but also for the most excellent service post-implementation. All of this at the same time and contemporaneously with all the other important day-to-day work managing the association, researching, developing member services, and giving that same excellent service to members as ever. Now allow me to put this into context. We currently employ just 4 full-time members and 5 part-time members of staff, 9 in all, to look after our membership, which is in excess of 90,000. And I think the numbers speak for themselves. They are all most worthy of our thanks and appreciation. Thank you. I'll turn to training now. As welfare is our prime concern, the provision of training for all who have responsibilities for Narpo is particularly important, and we're responsible for arranging training to enable representatives in branches to enhance their knowledge, to be certain that they are safely complying and working within the law. Bill Haley, who I think many of you will know, Bill Haley, our training coordinator, has overseen the more recent introduction and implementation of training across a wider spectrum to meet the current needs of the association. I'm also pleased to announce that the NEC have agreed the appointment of a member of staff to improve welfare support centrally. I'm pleased to acknowledge that from the creation of posts of trained welfare representatives in branches in 2021, from fewer than 40 initially, the numbers have now grown to well over 350 trained representatives throughout England and Wales. And this is a tremendous achievement. Branches should be applauded for supporting those trained representatives who they in turn support their other welfare initiatives for members. I'll turn now to some other issues which are current and important. We understand from the IOPC that the report into the Hillsborough inquiry is expected to be published this November. If that was not enough, as you will be aware, the government have recently announced an inquiry led by the Bishop of Sheffield, Pete Wilcox, into the events at Orgreaves during the miners' strike in 1984. I think many people in this room will have been involved in the strike and possibly at Orgreave. At the present time, there are no terms of reference or scope for the inquiry for us to consider. Whilst the Hillsborough inquiry is centred on officers and former officers from South Yorkshire and the West Midlands, any inquiry into Orgreave will be much more complex, as it will need to involve the many who attended from a larger number of other force areas. We've already been in regular touch with all the staff associations who once again have agreed to be the representative organisations for any officer or former officer who may be subject of that inquiry, and their individual forces will also carry responsibility. But our role in Narpo is and will continue to be concerned with the current welfare of our members. And I know from the past that the South Yorkshire branches, with their experience, and the West Midlands, are quite professional in their approach to looking after the welfare of the members and supporting them through some very difficult times, and we will continue to do so. Now, whilst I do understand the political imperative to review some of the events of yesteryear, if only to find scapegoats, this will inevitably mean that police officers carrying out their lawful duties at the time will be found responsible, while those in authority who directed the police to carry out those duties must also need to be held to account. I've seen what an enormous waste of money these inquiries incur, and other than trying to learn lessons already learned and implemented, will not change anything or satisfy any of the affected parties concerned. Surely all this money would be better spent providing funding for the police today to give them the much needed resources to provide the service they and the public demand and surely deserve. So I'll move on to give us and the members the greatest influence to look after their well-being and interests, to make sure their voices are heard by those in authority. To this end, it is important we hold regular meetings and inform and influence those other people. We have had regular meetings with a number of chief constables, senior officers, police and crime commissioners across the country, in addition to liaison with our colleagues in Scotland, Northern and Southern Ireland. Throughout the year, working with our partners in Later Life Ambitions, in conjunction with our political advisors, Connect, we've held regular meetings with many MPs, ministers and shadow ministers and politicians across the entire political spectrum, who now actively recognise us and appreciate the membership we represent. At the latest meeting of Later Life Ambitions, which we attended as recently as last week, we put the finishing touches to our immediate campaign strategies going forward. And high on that agenda was our submissions to the newly announced Pensions Committee to the State Agent Pension Review, age review. We are preparing and making the arrangements for a later life budget for 2025 to present to as many influential MPs and Lords before the Chancellor's budget in November, and have identified a number of politicians in Westminster and in Cardiff whom we wish to make early face-to-face contact to again pursue the objectives of Narpo. And this leads me to some of our other notable campaigns. The Widow's Pension for Life campaign, most important. On the 26th of March this year, we held a very successful drop-in in the Houses of Parliament, attended by several of our affected widows, and I know there's at least one here today who took a very, very active part in that meeting. Many MPs across the parties and Lords took that opportunity to attend, and we were able to put our case to them in detail and were well received. We also received much media interest appearing on television, radio and in the newspapers, and for that we're grateful to Graham Cole OBE, perhaps better known to many of you as PC Tony Stamp in the bill, who will be speaking here later today. He gave us huge support and certainly helped raise awareness of our claim, especially making the full use of the media, which he understands far better, and get that publicity on the day. The Police Covenant. You may recall last year I was pleased to advise at the conference that the Police Minister had approved our membership of the Covenant Oversight Board against the advice of his Home Office advisors. Strangely, almost simultaneously, a general election took place, and despite all the work that our headquarters team had put into the required presentation to the Oversight Board, those same Home Office advisors ruled that the Minister had only meant for us to attend just one meeting. But since that time, and I have to say with overwhelming support from the other members of the board, the current Police Minister has finally reassessed the situation and granted us full membership rights. And Alan will be speaking there on our behalf. That apart, there's actually little progress for us to report on the Covenant, although we may learn a bit more this afternoon when Andy Rhodes gives his presentation to conference. Now, you can all help by making sure that you do try and hold regular meetings with your chief constables and police and crime commissioners, and on these and other matters of concerns. After all, they can help you, and you can help them. You will find that most are interested, and in many cases willing to assist. They are all approachable potential assets. And you also know your local MPs, and do they know you? By being properly informed and influenced, they're in a much better position to influence others, to present and represent our views in Parliament and places much more forcibly. I know many of you already do all these things to great effect. But the more influence and pressure we can exert will undoubtedly help our causes, remember, if you speak to these people, because we're part of LLA, we are representing more than 250,000 people individually, plus their families and relatives. That is important to politicians. It's votes. But that brings us back to our members, and to remind ourselves that everything we do, whether national executive, headquarters or branch volunteers, is on behalf of our friends and former colleagues. We fully appreciate the essential hands-on work undertaken by branches on behalf of and for the benefit of their members. And Narpo is now a stronger, progressive, professional organisation of which I am very proud to be not only a member but honoured to be its president. And I firmly believe that all Narpo members rightly deserve to be proud to be part of it as well. So in conclusion, it is of course always right that we remember and pay tribute to the past, to all those in the last 106 years since Narpo was founded, enlarged and developed this splendid organisation we've all inherited. But that was then. We now have to concentrate on our responsibilities to look after the present and the future. I'm therefore confident that by working together, there is much more to do for our members, and we can do it. We must, and we will. Thank you, conference. Right, the next item on the agenda, if I could speak again, is the annual report from the CEO, and that will be followed by the accounts by Richard Atkinson from Parsons Accountants, if he has arrived. I haven't seen him yet. Are you in the room, Richard? He's here. Thank you.
Well, good morning, conference. How are we? The sound system's working. You can hear me okay? Yeah. Great stuff. You probably hear my cold as well, unfortunately, so I don't expect any sympathy. You probably realise that the annual report used to be one document, but it's been split out into two documents. So you've got the annual report, conference agenda, etc. There is also a finance report, and Richard Atkinson, sat on my right-hand side here, will go through the finance aspects of it. The reason it's been split out is because it's the first time that the accounts have been presented, and consolidated accounts have been presented to conference, and Richard can probably take you through that, Richard Atkinson, probably take you through that in a bit more detail. Without running the risk of repeating what Richard has just said, I'm very grateful, obviously, because we work together as a good team at headquarters, and also with the National Executive Committee, the directors, and also with branches and our staff at headquarters, I feel, and thank you for the appreciation, deliver a first-class service. But I can't be stood here without the support of them, because obviously I'd be a very lonely figure otherwise. And I am grateful, as always, to, and she'll kick me, for Angela Calvert. I know she's out of the room at the moment, but she can re-watch it. But she does an awful lot to make all this happen in the background. And I know things might have a few hiccups this morning out of our control, but she works tirelessly for the organisation, and she's been working there 23 years now. So my full appreciation, in particular, to single out Angela. Again, she'll get me after in the lunch break, but it's very much appreciated. We do a lot of work. Obviously, Richard's touched upon the work that we do nationally, and a lot of our work is about delivering on the strategies. And the three main strategies are welfare, pensions, and membership. I'm grateful to Steve Wilcock, Deputy CEO, for his invaluable support, and you'll hear a lot more about the membership strategy and how that's taking place, the engagement with the local forces, etc., etc. Unfortunately, Sophie, who does the marketing side of things, can't be with us today. I'm sure she'll be watching on the live stream. So Steve is now going to talk about membership and marketing. Not necessarily his strongest suit, but I'm sure he'll deliver the presentation. So I'm very grateful for his support over the last sort of 12 months and beyond that, because without that and without the team, I'd be stood here not really having a lot to talk about. Delivery on the strategies is very important. We've got leads around all of that, but the covenant has been a bit like the okey-cokey. One minute we thought we were in, next minute we're out. But actually we're back in at the table, and the next meeting is going to be on the 14th of October, where hopefully we can get our messages across again about the importance of support to retired police officers, because that's sometimes missed by chief officers. But as the NEC goes round the country, and they hold 4 meetings a year, We do meet with local police chiefs, police and crime commissioners and representatives of police staff associations as well as local Narpo branches. Some of you in this room will have had that pleasure of being engaged in those NEC meetings. And it is important that we do engage locally. And we got a lot of traction out of that and a lot of significance and the raising awareness about what Narpo is about with senior officers. And covenant and support beyond the service and transitioning into retirement is absolutely crucial. Because once you've left the police service, and I talked about it last year at Torquay, you're almost the door is shut on what organisations are out there to support retired police officers. Well, we're the national organisation, obviously, 106 years of history, and Richard's touched upon the historical inquiries that are already in play and potentially in play in the future. And without that welfare support, those police officers, and the last thing you want, retired police officers, the last thing you want is a letter through the door saying, by the way, the IOPC are going to investigate you, because it caused a lot of stress, aggravation, and a lot of harm to people in their retirement. So I'm grateful for everybody support at branch level to support people through those particular inquiries, and obviously we'll continue to deliver on that. We also work, as Richard says, with partners, Later Life Ambitions, Civil Service Pensions Alliance, National Federation of Occupational Pensioners, and other agencies that support older people in later life. And I'm grateful we have colleagues from those organisations sat at the back observing today. We go to their conferences, they come to ours, but it's important that we work together for older people in later life. And Richard says we're going to have a budget sort of for later life. Rachel Reeves has announced the budget date of 26th of November, and we're holding an event about a month before to say, well, this is what we would like for pensioners, not necessarily pensioners, but people in later life, from the budget, because the government's view is it's all about working people. And we're saying, well, we are working people, and we have worked and have contributed to society. So just because you're in receipt of a state pension or an occupational pension doesn't mean to say you're on the scrap heap. So we need to make sure that messages get across. As regards headquarters, as I say, staff do a fantastic job at headquarters, and we have strengthened that staff through Melissa Colbeck, who's taken over as the welfare support and communications. We're also, dipping our toe in the water with artificial intelligence, and we have an artificial intelligence strategy. We need to embrace technology. Even though we've been around and do things, and we've always done things this way, we need to, as you're probably aware, get to grips with what's coming down the tracks, which is going to be IT and also artificial intelligence, systems, structures and processes. And that's something that I've been tasked with to look at, not only at headquarters, but across the association as well. I don't have necessarily all the answers, but it's going to be a long-term sort of strategy around that. So for me, happy with the last 12 months. I'm happy to answer any questions around the annual report, if anybody's got any questions about the annual report. If you have any finance queries, my colleague here, Rich Atkinson, will be more than happy, I'm sure, he's a grooming, to answer any questions about the finance. So, conference, that's my talk about the annual report. If anyone's got any questions about the annual report, I'm happy to take those. But you can get me in the coffee break as well if you need to. Oh, look, sorry, Don.
Don Ratcliffe at London branch. I just want to ask, under the annual report, and correct something that the chairman said. The transition into incorporation has not gone smoothly at every branch. London branch has got a number of questions that we have raised. 55 questions in total we put to the NEC. We got answers to 5 of those questions. We're still waiting a response from others. And in relation to the Companies Act, Richard said that we've complied completely with the Companies Act. Richard, can I ask you to have a look at, and you probably won't have a look at the moment, I'll give you a copy of it, Section 355 of the Companies Act, which says that minutes of all general meetings should be recorded. I can't see a copy of any minutes of the last AGM that we had it presented to this meeting. So I'd be interested to get your response to that, please.
Right, well, okay, thank you for that. How about Don? Well, obviously, the questions that have been raised in relation to incorporation we have received, and though a reply is being formulated, and a reply will be given in terms of the questions that have been raised by London branch. As regards recording of minutes and general meetings, etc., yes, that is something, the first year we've been doing incorporation, and of course we do have a live stream, if you think, and that is a recorded version of the AGM, and that is available on YouTube, should somebody want to go and look at it. As regards to formal minutes, we've had a conversation about formal minutes and NEC meetings, etc., and we've received advice on that, and our current recording, when you say recording, can be either written or electronic, so we'll look at that. Any other questions? Eric?
Good morning, Conference. Eric Smith, Chair of London Branch. I fully echo what Don, our Secretary, has said. He mentioned those 55 questions that were put forward by our branch. Out of those 55 questions, about 5 of them were applicable to London Branch, who have 2 paid employees. The rest of us are volunteers. The other 50 questions apply to every other branch across the country. It's not just London, it's everyone. And it's our members that we are talking about here. So the answers that have been given both by the CEO and the President might be good. But the other aspect of this is that none of the directors of the company, the NEC members, were aware of these questions other than our 2 regional representatives. And that can't be right. So we need transparency, we need openness, and we need honesty. Thank you.
On the point around the questions, the NEC directors are aware of the issues being raised by London Branch, and we have taken appropriate advice around that, and a response is going to be given to the directors around that. So it is transparent, and there will be, those questions will be answered. Okay, any more questions? Okay, well, that's the annual report. I shall now hand over to my colleague, Richard Atkinson, for the finance aspect of it and any opportunity. You know, so, I suppose he'll probably give a bit more of a background as regards to the finance report and the consolidated accounts, and then opportunity to ask some questions from him. Thank you.
Morning, Conference. This is my 3rd time speaking at Conference, once in Blackpool 2 years previously, last year in Torquay. This is the first year we've talked about anything finance related that involves the branches. We are, as we've gone over in the past, an incorporated single entity, and a requirement of that is that we not only look at the head office accounts, but we bring into play all the finances of the branches. Not only that, we effectively became incorporated on the 1st of July 2024. So this year, or the year that we are discussing, will be like no other, because we had 2 6-month periods. So we had a period prior to consolidation from the 1st of January to the 30th of June, and then we had a period post-consolidation, post-incorporation, from the 1st of July onwards. But from the 1st of January this year, we will revert to 12-monthly reporting periods. So it has been quite an in-depth exercise to get something like a set of accounts for publication, because that has involved the coordination of results from, I think, 103 active branches from memory. And I have to say that, you know, everyone has been fantastic that I've interacted with in terms of answering any questions that have arisen, and in terms of the presentation of the financial information, so that we can easily understand what's happening in branches and then build it into some sort of consolidated financial report. So there are 2 elements, well, there are several elements actually to the finance pack that you've received. Firstly, because of the deadlines that we have as an organisation it's not practical to get everything done and consolidated in time for to issue the financial report at the same time as the more wordy element of the report. So that's the reason for the delay there. But also the financial numbers do take quite a lot of consolidation, and it's quite a big exercise to understand how to build together the different elements that we have, whilst everything else is running as well within Narpo, the business. So on an overall basis, we have some consolidated accounts, and then we've also reported, really, for continuity, so that people can understand what's going on within Narpo. We've also reported the head office numbers further into the document, so that you can see how the different elements fit together and build up an overall picture for Narpo as an organisation. Now, the other unusual aspect to reporting for a 6-month period that ends on the 31st of December, you'll notice that anyone who's read the document anyway, or has it in front of them, on page 5, there is a consolidated profit and loss, which shows an overall excess of expenditure over income of £206,014. Now, that might appear to be alarming to some people, but I need to put those numbers into context, which I've tried to do in the rear of the document, but just for clarity, many branches only receive their income through the pensions bodies in the early stages of January. So if you're looking at a period in isolation of 6 months starting 1st of July to 31st of December, many branches out there had a situation where they had very little in the way of income coming in, but quite a lot of expenditure, because a lot of the expenditure can centre around Christmas, for example. So, or also attendance at the conference, which is in September. So you have a period, we're reporting on a period that had quite heavy expenditure and perhaps less than ordinary income. That won't happen next year, because we'll be reporting on a 12-month period, so it will be a lot more balanced. One thing you can also see, which we've never really been able to get a proper handle on, is how much does Narpo Limited, or Narpo as an entire entity, have as an asset base. And on page 4, you can see certain numbers. We have over £4.7 million in cash and cash equivalents. We have over £1.6 million in what I would call fairly liquid investments. The other investment is a more static investment in a property. But the combined asset base of Narpo is showing to be just over £7 million, which puts into context the strength of the organisation as a consolidated or a group entity. One other thing to just draw your attention to, in terms of unusual items, you can see on pages 6 and 7, you can see that the more traditional figures that we've reported on at conference, and we've, again, for consistency and clarity, really, we've reported on them for the full year, so you can see what's been going on at head office, and then we've broken it down into 2 6-monthly periods on page 8 as well. But you have a situation whereby, if you go back to page 5, and apologies for jumping around here, 2 unusual items in the income and the expenditure categories of the overall Narpo Limited that we've never seen before when we've been discussing the finances at conference are member contributions, which are showing at 261,102, and then further down in the expenditure category, we have member welfare and events of £545,763. And all that is when the branches are organising their activities for the welfare of members, they sometimes it is decided at a local level that it may be appropriate for members to contribute to a particular event or outing. So the income figure is the combined amounts that have been received from members to partake in certain activities, and then the overall expenditure is what has been spent. So that's just a category of income and expenditure that we've never really presented in the financial report before, because we've never had the data. And it's been quite an interesting exercise, because we have the 100+ branches, and they all have autonomy. It might not seem like it sometimes, but everyone chooses to organise their activities differently, and that might be based on geography. Some branches might have lots of active local members. Other branches might have members that have typically moved away from the area in which they worked. So there's quite a lot of diversity in when you look at the income and expenditure of individual branches, and it was important to get a set of financial figures that not just consolidated the overall picture, but also didn't enable the identification of single branches. So that was something that we tried to do when we've been looking at the categories and the way we disclose things. So that's really my summary of the finances. No doubt there will be some questions. I think I've had advance notification of a couple of them. We do try and be transparent, as transparent as possible. We do try and react to questions and give the best possible advice to branches or regions or members of the NEC. And speaking as someone who not only works for Narpo, but also works for Parsons, a firm of financial chartered accountants. Narpo is a very well-run organisation in that decision-making is considered and not reactionary. There are clear strategies in place, clear levels of authorisation in place when it comes to expenditure. And the result is that we have an organisation that is financially well managed and has significant resources, and then through the year the NEC will consider the best use of those resources, keeping in mind the membership and the benefits that everybody subscribes to. So thank you for listening, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Don Ratcliffe, London branch. Richard, I'm grateful for the answers you've given to a couple of the questions that I gave to you in advance of the conference. There are two that are outstanding, however, and it is notwithstanding what you've said about the healthy balance sheet, mainly brought about by the income of 3.16 million from branch assets. Notwithstanding the balance sheet and the comments you raised in the commentary on page 13 of the accounts, now that we have a deficit for the 6 months to December 2024 of that £206,000, which will be filed at Companies House at the end of September, what's the likely impact on the credit rating of Narpo Limited, that given that branches apparently have autonomy over their own affairs, what consideration has been given on any branch activity that we might undertake? And that could include things like opening a bank account or taking out an investment with any assets that we might have within the branch. I've got a second question, but I don't know, Chairman, whether or not you want to deal with that one, or do you want me to ask the second question?
You can ask the second question and I'll deal with them both at the same time. Thank you.
As I said, you've answered a lot of the questions that I asked, but the other one that I'd like to ask is that looking at Narpo head office expenditure, There has been an increase in the NEC expenditure oblique regional meetings, gone up from 82,000 to 135,000. That's a 64% increase. If this includes the incorporation seminars held in August of 2024, why were these not allocated to incorporation expenditure? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those questions. The issue of credit ratings is an interesting one. We are one entity, so there is just now one credit rating for Narpo Limited. I would hope that it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Credit ratings, in my experience, are normally more of a problem if you're seeking to borrow money. But I appreciate that branches may be seeking to open perhaps a trade account with a supplier, or as Don mentioned, open an investment account. I think in terms of how I've tried to do a little bit of background research. I've now been bombarded by calls from Dun & Bradstreet, which is one of the leading credit reference agencies in the country, and just tried to establish what their view on Narpo was. Well, unfortunately, I couldn't get very far because they wanted me to give them $140 for the privilege of finding the information. So, but just to talk around credit referencing, yes, the impact of a financial loss would be detrimental to an ordinary business, but I think that on an overall basis, the strength of the balance sheet of £7 million worth of assets would be vastly the dominant factor there, and we are also not obligated as an organisation to file a profit and loss at Companies House, although it would be possible to determine what was happening within the profit and loss from the accounts filed. The other issue, which is important as well to mention when we're looking at credit, is that it's not only the strength of your balance sheet and the financial performance of your business, it's how you treat your customers. And we do, certainly as head office, we try to pay things quickly, and we don't, to my knowledge, have any issues with any suppliers in terms of either non-payment or the length of payment. And I think that would be consistent across all the branches as well. So I would hope that if a branch were to require any credit reference sort of facility or would undertaking any activity that require a reference to a credit agency, I think we would still be well received, regardless of which branch that was or which element of Narpo Limited was making the request. On the other subject around the regional and the NEC expenditure and the increase, what I'd like to do is just respond to that outside of the meeting, purely because there's quite a lot of detail in there. I believe that any incorporation costs were correctly allocated to incorporation costs, but I'd like to break it down by specific meetings or times, and then the answer will be more apparent there. Sometimes it's just due to the timing of events, but at the same time, the location of the event also causes quite considerable variations in cost. But I'll respond in more detail post-conference, if that's acceptable. Thank you.
Are we on yet? Are there any more questions? It would appear not. In that case, can I thank you, Richard? I know that your schedule is very tight. You've driven over here this morning and you've got more to do, so we're very grateful for all you do for us looking after the accounts and looking after, I'm sure most treasurers will have been in contact with you and always get a good reply from Richard. So we're grateful for what you do for us and give us good service, And as I say, I know you're a bit pushed today, but thank you. We do appreciate your input.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Right, we move on now because we're slightly behind schedule. The next item, of particular value to branches and branch committees, is a strategic plan, which will be given by Bernard Seymour, who's coming forward. He will perhaps be able to, most of you will know Bernard from previous conferences, but if you just give a brief summary of his background and all the marvellous things he's done in his life. Fishing, especially fishing, a strategic plan. And it is of value to branches to do with finance. Thank you, Bernard.
Good morning, all. Thank you. So I realise I've got two challenges today. The first one is to try to make this presentation a little more interesting than the heading suggests. The second one is to try to meet with the expectations of the NEC, who want me to explain why they have an overriding strategic plan, how that will assist the organisation, how it will have no detrimental effect to branches, and most importantly, that it's not controversial. So meeting those, I want to first of all explain briefly what it is and then move backwards to put it in some context. So the overriding strategic plan is there to enable proper governance of Narpo, to ensure that the NEC, who are now directors, meet their statutory duties under the Companies Act, and importantly, to create transparency so that branches and members can see how Narpo is to meet its objectives under Article 2 and how it is to interact with branches so that enable branches to interact and engage with the NEC, and the organisation. So that's what it is. So now let's put it in some context if I can. I need to go back to 2022 when I was asked to work with Narpo, at that time an unincorporated association, with regard to governance training for the NEC. That was training on their duties and responsibilities in respect of governance. And one of the things we touched on at that time was, well, two of the things. One was that the organisation should have strategic plans, sometimes called business plans, with regard to its main objectives. And the main objectives under then Rule 2 were pensions and welfare. And you could put a third one in there, ensuring that you maintain the membership and grow the membership. So I advised that there should be strategies so that you could see how you're going to achieve those, what your tactics were, and you could review them to decide and determine whether you were achieving them. And that was agreed. And we started then to draft those in 2022. We also stopped on another issue that I explained at that time, that Narpo, being an unincorporated association, didn't really exist. An unincorporated is not an entity in the law of the UK, and therefore it is an entity of all the members. And we've touched on before that all the members would have personal liability. But importantly, the NEC, with regard to the reserves, had the duties of trustees, both at common law and under the Trustee Act of 2000. And those were quite onerous personal responsibilities with regard to the reserves, how you did them, what you did them. And I explained that strictly there should be a strategy with regard to the reserves to ensure you did not breach your statutory duties, which I was a little concerned at that time was being breached. Now, that quite quickly moved forward because in early 2023, the NEC engaged in the possibility of turning the organisation into an incorporated association, which would mean the NEC were no longer trustees, and therefore there was a different approach to that strategy. And some of you will recall that I was asked to do roadshows in the early part of 2023 with branch officials where we discussed this. And one thing I made clear at that time, and this is important to what we're coming to later, was that branch officials were also trustees with regard to their reserves, both at common law and under the Trustee Act. And they had personal responsibility in determining what the reserves were, why they had those reserves, and whether they were entitled to have reserves. And that's not an easy challenge in the situation of a trustee. So if we now move forward, we've had incorporation. So the entity now exists. Narpo Limited is, in the eyes of the law, a living being, so it can open its own bank accounts, it can issue proceedings in its own name, it can own property in its own name. And the concept of the trusteeship starts to fall away. And so at that stage, the NEC stop being trustees and have their duties under the Companies Act. So we now re-engage, and have re-engaged in the last 12 months with the NEC with regard to different training. And these workshops were about the duties and responsibilities of directors under the Companies Act. And to ensure that we're fulfilling those, they've rolled forward and finalised a strategy in respect of welfare, a strategy in respect of pensions, and a strategy in respect of membership. All those are written, and all of those I'm going to explain will be distributed to all branches and members. But then I also engaged with them that they should have a strategy in respect of reserves. That just couldn't be vacant, because under the Companies Act, they had a duty to manage the company effectively. And so the questions came back: do we, as directors, have any responsibility with regard to the reserves of branches? Possibly a contentious question, because it's essential that branches are autonomous, and within that, branches will want to determine what reserves they need. These could be small, or they could be quite significant, why they need them, and how they're going to use them. So the challenge there was to ensure that we had these strategies, but we had the autonomy for branches. Now, I had the answers to some extent, but I recommended, in order to have certainty, that the organisation take the advice of leading counsel, King's Counsel, which we did. And the answers to the questions came back from King's Counsel. None of them surprising, was that the directors under the Companies Act have a statutory duty to ensure that they have reserves, but also to make sure that those reserves are for a given reason and meet with the objectives of the organisation, namely welfare, pensions and membership, and not for any other reason. Secondly, that they should have a written strategy to deal with those reserves. And thirdly, and again I don't feel surprising, now that we're one entity, the directors have a responsibility with regard to the reserves at branch level. But the way to deal with that was to ensure that we can have a strategy at branch level. And I'm going to show you how that will be very easy. So what we've done is written, obviously, the original 3 strategies for pensions, for welfare and membership, which have become schedules to an overriding strategy. If the slide has been put up, I don't know if it has. Can we have the next slide? Oh, you've gone one too far. There we go. Thank you. So this is the contents of the overriding strategy, which will enable the organisation to show transparency and for the branches to engage. So it deals with the objectives. The objectives are in Article 2, that the organisation exists to furtherance the welfare of members, particularly with regard to pensions. And there are powers then in Article 2 for that. And then it deals with governance. How does the organisation govern itself? That it has branches, regions, the National Executive Council, and importantly, this conference where final decisions can be made. But governance comes with a cost, and this is relevant to what I'm going to explain. And it also explains that you have an executive team, Alan and his colleagues at Wakefield. And then it deals with membership, that we have membership, that members pay a fee, but members receive the welfare and benefits. And it deals particularly with headings on pensions and welfare. And those, of course, pensions, welfare and membership, have their own sub-strategy in the schedule of how they'll be attained. And then it also deals in there that Narpo engages through later life ambitions with lobbying and legislation. And again, that has a cost. And it has IT objectives, and we've heard this morning that you'll start to look at artificial intelligence, and I've no doubt many of you using GAI at branch level, things like ChatGPT and others, but again, those will have a cost as well as the governance of them. And then it deals with facilities and infrastructure, headquarters, and other things you provide, and finally, financial planning. And the financial planning then wraps up all the previous ones and says that Narpo needs reserves at HQ level of 2.7 million. So in other words, we have a strategic plan justifying the reserves explaining how the organisation will be approached and managed, and setting out in significant detail the business plans, if you like, with regard to membership, pensions and welfare. Now let's go back to that one question that was put to me by the NEC to ensure that branches have the autonomy to determine their own reserves, because some branches would want small reserves, some may want significant ones. And the way forward, and it's a simple way forward, is to create an image of this overriding strategy and to provide it to branches as a template so they can select which parts they want and fill in the final figure. So in other words, branches are determining their overriding strategy, but we've pre-written it for them to save them work, and branches retain the autonomy to determine what reserves they want, how they're going to use them, and to be able to justify them. So that's why I said it isn't controversial, and most importantly, it shouldn't create any work. So just to repeat, the purpose of the overriding strategy is governance, is transparency, and compliance with the statutory undertakings that are required of directors. That, in a nutshell, is the strategic plan. Thank you. Okay. Can I go? Thank you.
Once again, thank you, Bernard, for your help and insight to keep us on the straight and narrow. We now, what time is it? 10:30. We now break for tea and coffee. It's an extended break to give you time, again, to circulate if you haven't, around the membership services stands, to take tea and coffee, comfort breaks, and everything else. So if we could be returned by about 10 past 11 to resume conference, we'll be more or less back on schedule. Thank you very much. Thank you. Conference. Call to order, please. Thank you. Come on, Eddie, sit down. We're waiting for you. Right, thank you. The next item on the agenda, thank you as well for coming back in time. That's great. It just helps keep going. The next item is recruitment and marketing. Recruitment is very much the speaker's forte, but marketing, he's acting for Sophie. He refused to put on a hat and a dress when he's taking that part. He refused, but he's speaking. Be gentle with him, it's his first speech to conference, but it's the Deputy CEO, Steve Wilcock. Excellent.
Good morning, conference. It's a bit of a difficult one because I obviously spoke to a lot of people about this, and I thought this morning, what can I do to make this a little bit new, a little bit lively, and a little bit different to what you've heard before? But I think the problem is the key to the membership plan is consistency, and it's making sure we're all on the same hymn page. So apologies, but a lot of this is going to be what we've covered, what I've talked to branches, regions, when I've come out and spoke to individual members. But for me, it's quite a passionate subject. I've got personal reasons why I'm interested in the membership and offering what we offer to the members. So please bear with me. Please take on board what I'm asking you this morning. And I think together we can work quite a lot of good work through the membership strand. I think we mentioned this morning, it was covered on the strategic plan, that there are particularly 3 strands or 3 aims to the membership plan. It's also important that we increase membership for the obvious reason. We need to sustain the organisation. We need to keep the growth that we've had over the last 105 years, and we need to keep moving forward. When I go around to regions and when I speak to branches, I think it's comforting that we are all of the same view. It's also important that as an organisation, we reflect policing and the changes within policing, and we accept that if we're going to future-proof the organisation moving forward, we need to be a diverse organisation, and we need to truly reflect the communities and the police service as it moves forward. And I think it's very comforting and enlightening that that seems to be quite a common thread. It's also important that once we've got the members, we retain people, we maintain the services we give to them. And I think as an organisation, we can't sit back. We need to keep driving forward. We need to keep asking what members want, prospective members want, and we make sure that the offering not only looks after the 93,000 members we currently have, but we also make it an attractive organisation for prospective new members. And I think that's part of the challenge, is hitting that balance. I've shared this before, but it's still a very relevant slide. There's currently 120,000 active members within the UK police pensions. Obviously, with 93,000 members, that's actually quite a lot of current police pensioners that aren't members of Narpo. Now, I think for the £26 a year we charge, I don't think it's through the fact we don't offer good value. I think it's through the fact that a lot of people aren't aware of what we do. When I speak to various organisations, they see us as a membership organisation and akin with blue light, trying to make profits and trying to sell things to members. When we actually have conversations with them, outline what we do, and we are welfare driven, we're there for the benefit of the members, it's surprising how much people come on board. And I think a lot of that is getting a message to prospective members as to what we do. At the minute, there are also 37,000 deferred members. Those obviously people not drawing the pensions. A lot of those people have obviously left the police service, and it's how we reach those people in other occupations who've already left through whatever exit strategies they've gone through to promote the Narpo, what we do, and to get the interest in the potential new members. We've covered previously, there's a lot of change in demographics. Obviously, ethnicity, diverse backgrounds account for now 8% of the current police service. That's risen from just over 3% in 2005 and is a continuing trend. We obviously now a lot more female officers within the police service. And I think as an organisation, we all accept it's vital that, again, moving forward, we make sure that we attract a diverse membership. It's good to see a lot of the committees now have female members from the branches on board. And I think it's great as an organisation we now recognise that, and we are driving that forward to make sure we do represent everybody and we are fully inclusive. We're going to hear later from speakers. We've got Andy George, who's joined us from the National Black Police Association. I went to their conference last year, and to be fair, I was blown away by the discussions, by the ethos and the conversation that was at the conference. And I'm very pleased that Andy's agreed to join us today to come and share some views on, as an organisation, how we can become more inclusive and diverse. We need to ensure, as I said, that we're sustainable. We need to make sure we future-proof the organisation. And through that, obviously, I don't think anybody's ever had any disagreement on that. And I think as an organisation, we are making moves forward, which I'll cover a little bit more. I think one issue we have, and we'll cover this later in marketing, is that we are the National Association of Retired Police Officers. Now, there's 105 years of history, branding and heritage, and we're not going to move away from that. I think one issue we do have is as soon as we've used the strapline retirement, a lot of people who are leaving the job through resignations or through ill health or who think I've still got 5 years to go, don't actually realise that they are eligible for membership, they can join the organisation, and I think we're not probably reach as many people as we can do. I think that figure's now changed. It's now 6 out of 10 people leaving the police service under current statistics actually leave through resignation or through ill health. They don't go through the traditional retirement route, and it's important that we actually join up our thinking through branches in conjunction with ourselves as to how we reach those people. Obviously, we're all aware that we need to keep driving forward, and I think there's various strands and there's various tactics we can use to try and get our reach out to people. I don't know if anybody's seen it on the intranet. We did actually do a welfare survey in 2023. We actually sent that out. It was initially meant as a tool just for internally, just to seek the views of members, to see how the perceptions were of leaving and transitioning from the service. We actually got over 3,000 responses back. I think it was 3,201 responses, which when I've spoken to various institutions and academics after, that's actually quite a large survey. We've actually put that survey through conjunction with Liverpool John Moores University, who've been kind enough to do a lot of work for us and to work in conjunction to their advanced faculty of policing. And we can actually hang our hat on the survey to a degree that the figures that we've actually got are actually true, correct, and it's actually a viable survey. It made quite sad reading, but not unexpected. We couldn't actually highlight one area that was deemed as poor through people's experience. It was quite sad across the whole of the leaving experience, from up to putting the forms in, the process up to, during and after, in relation to support, guidance, advice. And that's something, again, that as an organisation that we want to try and address and fill that gap. And that document has obviously been quite useful. Moving forward, we're now in talks with Bradford University, who have actually approached us, who are conducting, again, a survey of transitioning officers, and have asked us to be included. Again, that will be a fully academic piece to which Narpo will be privileged to be part of, so there'll be further communication coming out of that in the near future. Just to go over again, just a slight recap, we've got three strands to the strategy. There is collaboration, targeted advertising, and collaborations. I'll come on to the other two shortly, but in relation to branch collaboration, I've actually done quite a lot of engagement this year, been various parts of the two countries, to be fair. Went to the Wales AGMs and regional meetings, as well as across England. Been to quite a few regional meetings, branch meetings. And as I mentioned earlier, it's quite refreshing, and it's very positive for me that we all seem to be on the same agreement in this, that there's a lot of work we can do, and there's a lot of branches are doing a lot of good work. What I'm keen to do in the next 12 months is to get a little bit of workshops, which I'll come on to shortly, get best practice, get people talking, and think as an organisation how we can join at what we do to get more members in, to retain the membership, and to actually offer what people want. Strand 2 was obviously through the external advertising. I'll cover that shortly as to what we're currently doing in relation to that, how we actually market ourselves, how we're actually driving forward to make awareness better. And Strand 3 is through the collaboration, which I would say this year has probably been our major drive. And again, we've got quite a few plans for that. In relation to branches, I think the ask from myself is, and I think I've had various conversations with people, and as I mentioned at the start of this presentation, the main key to this for me is consistency. Not only in the message from branches, but branches acting together, working together, all being on the same message, so that we can get a consistent message as to what Narpo does, what the benefits of joining are, and actually get the benefits to people who we feel that would benefit from being a member of the organisation. Recently, we've obviously gone a little bit more modernised, we've gone more digital. We have the QR code now for sign-ups. We've now got enhancements to the electronic online application form, and we're going to do a little bit more around that side just to make things a lot easier. One thing we are going to bring in within the next 12 months, we go to quite a lot of events. I'm sure you do yourselves, PRCs, or we go to local police events where people say, oh, I'm not ready yet, I'm retiring in 12 months, 2 years, 3 years. What we're aiming to do is get some form of register, get an interest, so that when people then leave the details with us, once they're coming up towards the 12-month anniversary, we can then we can send mail shots, we can get in touch with them, we can retain the data with your agreement, and we can actually keep an active database of people who we can go back and approach, because I think, again, we're losing the trick. I know Eb does a good job. I think sometimes there's been a little bit of misconception within branches and within members as to who can join. Our basic criteria is you must have served in the police force, be eligible for a police pension, and must not have been dismissed or required to resign, or under the new legislation would have been required to resign if you had obviously retired or resigned previously, pending a hearing. It's an interesting one. I know there's mixed views, but I would just ask that branches are open-minded, and we think moving forward. We have a lot of requests in relation to police staff. We have a lot of requests in relation to specials. We've got representatives this afternoon from the Police Federation who are going to be speaking to us. The Police Federation recognise the work that specials do, and from speaking to branches, I think they're a valuable asset within the policing family. I appreciate with the criteria, they may not, or they would not fall under the full membership. But again, I go to quite a lot of branches where they have police staff that have retired, resigned, and are active within the branches in various roles, social secretaries, help with the planning of the branch. It works very well. And again, I would just ask that branches are open-minded and receptive, that people who work within the police in whatever role, for my mind, having worked in custody for a number of years with a lot of civilian support staff, do you know what? They were fantastic, and I would quite happily have them in any organisation that I'm involved with. So I would just have to be open-minded in relation to that. I don't know if you've seen, we've done quite a lot on social media. We're currently on Facebook, Insta. We do quite a lot around LinkedIn. And very recently, we've actually gone into the world of TikTok. I know that got raised the other night. I think the reason behind that was my 17 and 15-year-old daughter showed me some videos they'd done that got something like about 230,000 views for doing something that was particularly not interesting. But do you know what? If we can get people to buy into it, I'll quite happily go on and make a film myself on TikTok. If it gets the message out and it gets us shown, so be it. I'm just trying to get Alan at some point to do the tortilla challenge, but he's been a bit resistant at the minute. But we're working on that one. I think it's a bit of a joined-up approach. Obviously, I stand here today and I ask that as an organisation, we work together. I like to think I'm approachable. I've spoken to lots of colleagues from branches, lots of members. I'm easy to get hold of. I will travel anywhere within the country that I get invited to come and speak to members, to get in front with you, and to actually sort of answer any questions and work with you. Because, like I said, personal reasons, I have a passion for what we do as an organisation, and anything I can do to get your support, I will quite happily do. But bear in mind, I don't get the big bucks in the organisation, so monetary ones are not for me, unfortunately. As I say, we've actually got quite a lot of work now with HR departments. Everybody now that leaves West Yorkshire within the Meta working with us, Humberside, North Hants, and various other forces, whatever group people leave other than disciplinary, they now get information, flyers, and pamphlets on Narpo to try and brief that message. Once we find chief officers are on board, are now working with us, which we're now getting an increasing number of, again, we've lost that blue light card stigma, and people actually get what we're trying to do. But I think it's important that we keep driving that. Collaboration. This is a very interesting one for us at HQ. Obviously, we're pushing quite hard with this, but again, this is where the branches can come in. As I think was alluded to this morning, we've got the new post now for welfare, partnerships and communication. Melissa joined the organisation just over 12 months ago and has been a fabulous asset to us. I'm glad to say she's now took the new role that was advertised, and a lot of that will be working with Bill in relation to welfare, pushing the welfare, being a coordinator with the branches to actually make sure what information we get comes fresh out to you so you can deliver the best that you can deliver. I think we need to recognise and value the welfare within the organisation, and we can only do that, one, by engaging with you, and secondly, by making sure you get the best information, the best training, the best support you can get, and that's where we're aiming on that this year, to go out and give a first-class service, which we already do, but you know what, let's support you more to do it. We've got a revised market strategy, which I will fumble my way through shortly. And as I said, we're actually working quite closely. I know Alan mentioned earlier about going around the country, various NEC meetings. We're normally quite lucky that when we get to the meetings, we do normally get someone from a chief officer group. That's a good chance for me then to get them into a corner, get into the ribs and actually say, look, can we come and have a meeting with you? We've had quite a lot of success with that around Suffolk, Norfolk, GMP are now engaging with us. I'm still trying to get into West Mids with number 3 region. If anybody can sort of get us an opening into West Mids, that would be much appreciated, because again, we've got quite a large forces. West Yorkshire have been fantastic. Again, Chief Officer, the Federation, HR, everybody's working together, and that is a really good working model, which we're keen to sort of replicate throughout the country and the regions. Police Federation, we've had various meetings at obviously national level with McCunn, the CEO. We tend to find engagement with local branches is the way forward for us. So pleased to say we've got Martin from Lancs Police Fed this afternoon to speak to conference in relation to how we can collaborate better as an organisation with the Federation. But again, for me, it's getting the message out to serving cops, those people who haven't heard of Narpo within the organisation, who may be due to retire, who may be due to leave, who are part of the 10,000 that are currently leaving the cops in Exodus, that, to be fair, for whatever reason they leave, there's something that as an organisation we can offer, and it's getting the tap into those people. And again, I'm quite happy to try and open doors, but I really need you to work with us to then get at a branch level. You know what you do, you can promote what you do. Once we get across the doorstep, I need that support from you, and hopefully that is the message that comes across from this morning. We have regular catch-up meetings. Obviously now we do have a better reputation. We're getting more recognised within the country, certainly within chief officer ranks, and it's just keeping that impetus going. As I mentioned, we've got Andy George, the president from National Black Police Association, this afternoon, who'll be giving a presentation. Please say we're currently working with Andy and the team. It's been very useful and engaging opportunity, and long may that continue. I think it's a lot of good work, a lot of sharing of ideas, and it's been a very successful partnership so far. Welfare, obviously, we did a welfare course a couple of months ago down at Birmingham. I don't know if anybody from the room attended. Got very good feedback in relation to what the offer was at that. It was, again, quite worrying that as an organisation, considering the amount of welfare that Police Mutual provide, there was a lack of awareness. Now, that's not to do with branches, that's not to do with Police Mutual, that's to do with the fact of, as an organisation, I need to get in gear with Sophie and Melissa, and we need to get the message to you, and that's where the welfare coordinator will come in to actually pass out what is available to you as a welfare officer. There's respite breaks, there's support, there's organisations, Police Care UK, we don't really use enough, that offer obviously stress counselling. There is a lot of options in our toolkit, and my main thing at the minute is to make sure we retain members and attract members. We need to get information for you to pass out, and that is one of my big drives for this year. Pre-retirement courses always get mentioned. I know people like face-to-face, and I totally get that. I think, if I'm being realistic, and from conversations with Police Mutual, those days have gone, and I totally get it to a degree. I think the problem was they had 40 people booked on a course, they've got a representative who drives 150 mile, and then because of operational needs, 3 people are sat in a room, and it didn't work for them. I think by doing it now as an online, we can offer, in line with them, we've been offered seats, we can put material into the online courses. We do actually get to people, they are successful, and that is the way that we will probably have to continue. I appreciate branches have supported that, and again, we make the commitment from the centre. If any branches have issues around the technology, the use of Teams meetings, want any material, we're quite happy to support you. Just get in touch with us, either myself, Sophie or Melissa, or any of the team, and we will get the information you need, and we will give you the support and training you need to be comfortable to use the technology and to get onto those meetings. One exciting thing for us this year, we've partnered with a company called Reed Recruiting, who are one of the biggest, probably, national recruiters. A little bit of my personal background. 2 years ago, I woke up feeling very poorly one morning. I ended up going to hospital, and I found out I had sepsis, and I spent 3 weeks in hospital on lots and lots of antibiotics, and was quite touch and go for a while. And I thought, do you know what? After 33 years in the cops, I ain't going back. So, as a person who was eligible for a pension but not drawing it, and who has served in the police force, I'm a Narpo member, and I then became aware of Narpo. At the time, and no disrespect to anybody, I wasn't bothered what discounts I could get. I wasn't bothered where I could go and have cheap meals or do whatever. I have 2 kids, a mortgage, and I needed a job. And this, for me, would have been a lifeline, and this is one of the things we're going into. We see lots of services that offer online, AI, CVs, bits and pieces. We wanted to go a little bit past that, and as we've mentioned this morning, as an organisation, we need to make the investment. Moving forward before the end of this year, anybody who joins Narpo as a member, or any Narpo member currently within the organisation, will have full access to this service free of charge at the point of contacting Reed. They will have discussions with you, they will write you a bespoke CV, there will be advice on career changes, interchangeable skills, how to market yourself having come out of the cops, jobs boards, various training and update, and all that will be a free service, which I'm quite excited about, to be fair. But perhaps I need to get out more, I'm not sure, but this was quite interesting for me. Enhancing onto this, there will also be an extra facility which is being offered at a discounted rate, so anybody who wants to then apply for different jobs or who feels rusty, uncomfortable, can then undertake bespoke training with online meetings, real time, one-to-one with an online advisor who will then take people through mock interviews, do whatever. And that will be obviously an added bonus there. But again, I think when we look at the offer, that is quite an innovative one for us. And hopefully that again is something that when you go to PRCs, force events, we can start pushing. Next steps, 25-26, online workshops. I know we mentioned this last year when I first started this strategy. I'm very keen that we get this going this year. It seemed a little pointless having meetings and workshops until we could have something on offer to actually say to you, this is what we've got, this is how it's working, and this is what we'd like to do. Hopefully, this morning whet your appetite a little bit that we are taking this seriously, we aren't sitting back, and we do want to make a difference to getting those people into the organisation and supporting the people who are leaving policing, who probably fall between the cracks sometimes. And we would like to sort of you to engage with us on this, engage on the workshops, share best practice, and give us your views, because I'm not saying we know it all, and you deal with people more than we do at branch level. I want to understand and what you think will be useful to you as a tool to reach people. We're looking at doing, as I mentioned, more organic content, which I didn't actually understand what that meant, so I had to ask that one, because this is not my speciality. It means we're going to do real videos of Narpo things. At the minute, we tend to find if myself or Alan go anywhere, we put things on Facebook, we put little snippets of where we've been for the day. That actually, sometimes people quite like that because they see what we do as an organisation, they understand what we're doing, where we're going, and we get quite a lot of engagement. We're going to hopefully do more on TikTok. I've spoken to various people we deal with and partners, and this year we've got access now to webinar and to a podcast studio. We want to start doing some podcasts, 5-minute snapshots on pensions, ill health pensions, jobs boards, just little things that are of use to people within not only our organisation, but potential members as to what are the benefits of joining Narpo. And then obviously we're going to continue the push with engagement with forces, staff associations and partners to raise that awareness and to keep us moving forward and to get us where we need to be as a name basically within police forces. It's all right doing these things, but obviously I'm quite happy at the end of the day. I've also got to be accountable to conference and obviously the members. I was very conscious that as an organisation, we do lots and lots of things, but probably we hadn't moved on our accountability and in relation to our accountability and transparency to members. So I'm very keen that with this, we'll be looking at obviously demographics, we'll be looking at keeping data, not only to keep us in line with GDPR, but obviously also in relation to how we handle data, but so we can make sure we reach the right people, we target the right people, and if I get asked a question by any organisation, I can explain where we are and how we currently sit within the world of membership. There have been some subtle amendments on the application form, which I don't know if anybody's noticed, but that's not us being awkward. One, it's to make life easier for branches and to make it easier for you to get things back and we can start collating things for you. But secondly, to make sure we're compliant and we can do the job to support you. So again, please bear with us. Please go with the changes and please accept the amendment in the best intentions. That is the first section done. Is there any questions on the membership before I move on to the marketing?
Yeah, good morning again, Conference. Eric Smith from London branch. Steve, thanks very much for an informative and encouraging presentation. We have a similar problem in London, both with the City of London Police and the Met, in retaining membership. And at our annual general meeting in April on St George's Day, we had the President and the CEO attend as our guests. And there are a lot of our members who are very anti-incorporation and were asking us as a branch to withdraw from Narpo and set up on our own. Now, Alan and Richard handled that extremely well, but I had to draw members in and say that as a branch, we in London, City of London and Met, don't want to be fighting from without, we want to be working from within. And I would like all of you delegates from across the country to appreciate that we're not anti-incorporation, we're not anti the NEC, we're not anti these guys, we want to work together. So please support anything that's want to try and improve this organisation. Thank you.
Keith Mates, Brighton branch. I raised it at one of our regional meetings, but I raised it at one of our regional meetings. But do we need a new strapline? We can't change our names for lots and lots of reasons. But if we had something like Narpo works for all ex-officers as a strapline, we may then get to those members or people who are leaving, haven't retired, but require our services.
Can I just come on, before I answer that, can I just do the next section? And it might, if that may preempt that for you. Any other questions for I? I apologise. I couldn't see at the back.
Good morning, Conference. Paul Evans, Chestnut Port branch in Cheshire. Firstly, I went on the website this morning, straight on the website, recruiting videos for Narpo. There is no recruiting videos. I do the recruiting for Cheshire for pre-retirement courses. We're not big at that. I know TikTok, all this business, very good, but most people retiring think we're all old fuddy-duddies and that's what it's about. It's not about that. We need the younger people in, as you're saying, Steve. So is it not possible we could do, with our partners as sponsors, prepare a proper video for showing our diversity, what we offer, etc., etc. So when I go to a presentation, I'm there for 45 minutes. After 10 minutes, it's just questions only, and it's a bit mix and mash, where I could go with a proper video, 20 minutes, half an hour, then we could show them what we can really do for them when they retire.
I feel really bad again then. Can you give me 10 minutes? I've done this bit.
Thank you very much.
Any others? Okay, marketing. As I think was mentioned this morning, this is not my speciality. So if there's words in here that you don't understand, please don't ask me, because the chances are I probably don't understand them either. So we'll see where we end up. What is marketing? Well, there's probably lots of views. If anybody does want to have a guess, please feel free. No, I did the same. Yeah, I can't see who that was to fit, but yes, thank you. Yes, it is, and that's what I think, and I totally agree with you. And I think as an organisation, that's where we need to strengthen. Apparently, if I get a purist answer, it is the toolkit of the recruitment strategy. So yes, selling yourself. And it's to make sure that obviously potential members basically understand as an organisation what we do. We do this through a series of touch points. I've heard these before, the 5 touch points of selling and bits and pieces, which I'll go on to shortly. But the basics of this is, as you quite rightly said, we need to sell ourselves and we need to get the message out what we do. The basic Narpo journey is to understand what Narpo members go through. Firstly, becoming aware of who we are and our services through pension letters, which I'm going to move on quickly from that one because I know that's a bone of contention. Retirement courses, word of mouth, and various interactions of positive experiences that give the best portrayal of Narpo. It's obviously through the way then we have the sign-up process to ensure new members can get hold of the resources and that we are accessible to the membership. And then the third is retention. As I mentioned in the membership, it's fine recruiting people if they then all leave in droves. It's been a pointless exercise, and we need to make sure the offer is right, the message is right, and as the questions have just raised, we've got the right material to support the membership through branches. 2 C's in marketing: consistency. As I mentioned, that runs through everything we tend to do. We need to be consistent. The brand needs to be consistent, and that needs to build trust that when people see it, it's a name that they trust, it's an organisation that they're happy to be aligned to, and that's what gets us noticed. And secondly, we need to make sure the content is right. It needs to be the right content for the right membership in the magazines, newsletters, and it needs to be relevant to the membership, as well as attracting prospective members. We've just got on the go now, just changed marketing company, so I think the context of the magazine will be altering shortly. From November, we've got another marketing board, another marketing agency engaged, who understand that as an organisation, as we mentioned, we want to maintain what we have for current members, but attract younger, more diverse membership, and we'll be working on that with them to try and make the magazine a little bit refreshed. Brand identity, obviously we have the various ways within the business how we present ourselves and how it's perceived. We've got 2 particular types. We've got the crest and we've got the logo. That not only makes us recognisable, but it also reinforces the trust, reliability and authenticity of the brand of Narpo. And it's important we have a strong brand. Currently, as you see, I don't know if you noticed there, we used to have the circle, or as people used to describe it to me, we had a circle with jumbled letters in it. We've gone a little bit more towards that now, and we have made it more as a logo. It actually says what we do on the tin. Now, I appreciate we'll come on to that a little bit around the strap lines, which got mentioned, but effectively we've got 105 years of branding, 105 years of history, and people know who we are, so it's important that we get that brand right. We also have the crest, which obviously there's a lot of history, there's a lot of obviously content to that crest, and we fully accept its use, but obviously all I would ask is just please bear in mind that the way we do the branding is to support branches to get membership, so please just use the branch guidelines as to how to use the toolkit and when each one should be used, just so we keep that consistent approach. I'm not going to dwell too much on that. I'm sure we've all seen the colour changes over the last couple of years. We've now got the primary blue as the primary colour, and then obviously for things like headings in documents, emails, texts, we use the subcolours of the green and turquoise. It may seem really pernickety, but obviously we are quite prescript where possible on the use of fonts. The reason is we tend to pick these, it tends to stand out. Again, I've had lots of lectures off Sophie on this, and it went a lot of it over my head, but I do believe it's quite accurate, so I'll tell you about it. What we put, the way we put the text makes people read it, it breaks up the pages, it draws attention to it. So although we may sound a little bit fussy with this, I will just ask where we can, perhaps just give it a thought, just try and sort of pay a little bit of attention to the detail of how we present newsletters and publications. Tone of voice, 104 branches across 2 countries. It's important that we all use the correct tone to convey the message of Narpo. We need to make sure that potential and existing members feel welcome into the organisation, and we need to show ourselves to be a supportive group and organisation for those members. We need to show we're inclusive and a diverse association, and we need to be the trusted voice of police leavers. As I mentioned, there's a lot of potential there to recruit new members by giving a good offer, showing the support and showing the genuine desire to support them after that transition from the police service. But we've got to do that in the right way, with the right voice. Various channels, there is owned media, that is what we own, so various Insta sites, Facebook sites, TikTok sites, websites, bits and pieces like that that we actually have control of. That also includes the branch websites, pre-retirement presentations, which again, we'll cover onto the video shortly, social media. It is obviously got longevity for us. It's something that we have control of. The only problem is it's the time it takes to present it or to make that material and the reach, which is why then we look at other options, such as earned media. This is partnering with other organisations, such as the Federation, Police Treatment Centres, Police Care UK, Police Mutual, where we all sort of, whatever content we put, they share, we then get to the reach of their members, they get the reach of our members, and we all work together in a bit of a collaboration to reach as many people and bestow the virtues of the companies as we can. Paid media, as the name suggests, it's paid advertising. It's options that we haven't looked at too closely yet, but we are looking at. Again, I'm quite happy if it's something that gets us benefit, quite happy to look into the options of that. That's where we actually pay organisations, marketing companies and other organisations to actually promote the name and the benefits of Narpo. There's lots available to branches. Coming in 2026, there will be a new branch toolkit. It will include a new booking form of how you can get material from us. We're looking at refreshing various bits and pieces around the video, which I'll show you shortly, which will be unveiled, branded merchandise, retirement, social media banners, bits and pieces. We're going to have all sorts. Also moving into the digital world, as I've mentioned, we've got the digital sign-up. We are now using QR codes. I know that one of my colleagues went to a PRC course and I think got 30 sign-ups, all from using that in the room with people using electronic or using the mobile phone. I appreciate branches like paper forms. I appreciate you may think this has been a little bit difficult. We are trying to get the move towards digital because it is easy for yourselves. PRC courses, the cops in the room pretty much will all be able to use a mobile phone. You can get them while they're a captive audience, do the job, show them what Narpo does, and they can join up there and then, and it makes life so much easier for you. So please try it, give it a go, see what your thoughts are. And again, if you've got issues, if you're not happy, come back to us, tell us. We're quite happy to work with you. But if I don't get the feedback, we don't know. So work with us. Got new banners. You will notice at the top, and we mentioned about the strap line. We're now moving here for you after the job, support beyond the uniform. We retain the name of Narpo, but on the new literature, we do not use the word retirement for the reasons that have been mentioned. We don't want to switch people off. As I mentioned at the start, you do not have to be retired to join Narpo. And we're trying to get that message across because that is a vital message to people who are eligible but get switched off by the name. Got new merchandise coming this year. This is all at the minute in the early stages. We're looking at travel mugs, bits and pieces. When we go to events, we look at what's popular, what do people want. Got a new range of bags that will be coming out. And obviously, it was very nice to see, I think recently, Avon and Somerset attended an expo for us. And I think it's fair to say they came back and said it was a great day. It was very positive. They had a great engagement with people who were attending from various police forces and other organisations on the cusp of leaving. And they actually did get commented on how good the stand looked with the new tablecloth, the banners. And I believe that's now been put into the exhibition guide as a benchmark for what the people should be looking at when they set their stands up. So it was a great effort for Avon and Somerset, and thank you, and hopefully they'll do that again. As with all branches, I would love you to be involved. Take the merchandise, make the most of what we can offer, any support we'll give you, but go and talk to members and bring membership in for us because you're better at that than I am. You know what your branches do. Copyrights and trademarks, just a bit of a mindful one there, just explains what copyright and trademark is. It just makes a consistent professional image and respecting the rights of creators. National website, obviously, you're all aware of the website. I'm not going to dwell too long on that. You know what it covers, what's on there. The website does looks different. We have upgraded it now to what it was. It's a lot more user-friendly. The links work better, and it's much more easy to navigate with the welfare. The jobs page will be on there. New Horizons, that's been increased now. We do that about every 6 weeks. That comes out every 4 weeks, offers information, and is a good way to reach. I think it's about 68,000 members currently on the New Horizons, along with digital newsletters and the Solus emails on behalf of our partner companies. I'd just like to play for you now. We did mention a video. We've had this commissioned. This is a professional video. It's actually incorporating actors, but they are very, and to the people who've seen this previously, they did actually believe them to be very credible. I personally like it. Have a look at what you think. I think it's a lot different than what we've done previously, but this will be made available to use at PRCs, events, and will be used as part of the marketing.
Leaving the policing comes in many forms, sometimes planned, sometimes sudden. But the need for support doesn't end when the shift does.
After 15 years, I left policing, but I still had a mortgage to pay, so I went back as custody staff. Same corridors, same pressures, but it wasn't for me. I felt lost. It had been years since I'd written a CV or gone through any sort of interview process. It wasn't until I discovered Narpo that I realised just how valuable and in demand my skills were. The Second Careers Hub provided me with the tools and support I needed to build my confidence and begin a new career path.
I knew about Narpo before I'd even left the force. I'd visit former colleagues who always spoke about the local branch and shared the magazine with me. When I retired, joining was natural. The access to the pension advice was invaluable, and the member offers were an added bonus. I mean, who doesn't like a discount? But actually, I think the biggest thing for me was the sense of continuity. I actively became involved with organising branch events, even becoming secretary. It's not just paperwork, it's community.
I didn't plan on leaving the force when I was 39. An unfortunate incident took that away from me. I felt like I'd lost my identity until a friend mentioned Narpo, so I gave them a call. And they didn't just help, they understood. They helped me adjust, practically, emotionally, personally. Their welfare resources were a lifeline. Narpo helped me get in contact with the Retired Officers Wellbeing Programme at the Police Treatment Centre. I really appreciate that Narpo is a campaigning organisation as well. It's good to know that they give people like us an opportunity for our voices to be heard.
So we all got here differently.
For me, it was always the plan.
Some of us had no choice.
But we found our purpose again, and that's what matters.
And now we help the next group do the same.
Second careers, pension guidance, well-being. Narpo isn't just about what comes after policing. It's about what comes next for you. Narpo, supporting life beyond the badge. Find us at www.narpo.org.
Anybody got any quick, I'm conscious I've gone over 6 minutes, I'm probably going to get a shouting at after. So, anybody got any questions or observations before I disappear?
When's that film going to be available?
I will make that available. It was kept, we embargoed it for today, otherwise I'd have had nothing exciting to talk about. So, now that's been done, I'm quite happy to get that out and put that on the website for you. So, thank you very much, and next year I promise I'll try and make it more interesting. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Well done. You're a natural. Right, so we move on speedily to the next item, which is Resolution 1. Just before we get there, just to remind delegates, I have been asked many times about how the proxy system works, and just in case you're not sure, the proxies, everybody who has a vote is a delegate. The ones who don't knowingly are not going to come to conference appoint proxies who are delegates. So they can, the person who appoints a proxy has certain choices. If they leave the proxy blank, then the votes come to the chairman of conference. If they nominate a member who is here today, then they then have choices. The first choice is they can identify how they wish the vote to be carried, whether it's for or against. Again, if they leave it open for the delegate who is here today, for them to choose how they vote, which will carry the unmarked votes. Now, all the proxies have to be in by 9 o'clock on Wednesday. This is because it's got to be at least 48 hours before the start of conference. So those who have already decided how to vote, those votes are already counted. But if the delegate who has the proxy does not vote, they are not counted. So you need to vote to get those others included. That's not our decision, that's the way it has to be done. So that is the understanding, so when you vote, those votes are all counted. All the proxies that you carry are counted. So please remember to vote. Just to remind delegates, speakers, please always give your name and address. Only speak once on any motion and restricted to 5 minutes apart from the mover of the motion who has 10 minutes or up to 10 minutes. I was going to say speakers for and against sit at the front. Unfortunately, there's no chairs on that side, so all the speakers will have to sit on the chairs at the front until they speak. Please be brief so we give other people a chance if they wish, and confine your remarks to the subject of debate. And the first resolution, Resolution 1, is in the name of Gwent to change. It does, in fact, require a rule change under Rule 23, but that isn't a problem. We accept that the spirit of that motion. So I'd ask, sorry, it doesn't change. I'm wrong. It doesn't. It's a normal, simple majority motion, Resolution 1 in the name of Gwent. So is that motion moved? Yes? Is it seconded? Yes. Then would you like to come and propose the motion? And the second to be ready if he wishes. Thank you. Got 1 and 2 mixed up.
Good afternoon, Conference. Jeff Mapps, Chair of Gwent Branch. And I rise on behalf of my branch to propose this resolution. It's both an honour and a responsibility to stand before you today as we reflect on the proud legacy of Narpo, a legacy built on service, solidarity, and unwavering commitment to our members. For over a century, Narpo has been a pillar of support for retired officers across Wales and England. Our branches have served as vital lifelines, connecting members, advocating for their rights, and preserving the camaraderie that defines our former profession. But as times change, so must we. This resolution is not intended to impose a change. It is the start of a journey and not the end. For the benefit of our members, we must remain effective, inclusive and sustainable, and we just heard that from our Deputy CEO. Today we propose that the NEC begin a thoughtful conversation about reconfiguring our branch structure, not to diminish our history, but to strengthen our future. As part of that conversation, the NEC should engage with members, branches and other stakeholders to consider our structure. In instructing the NEC through this resolution, there are 2 questions to consider. Firstly, what is the need for the reconfiguration? Well, there have been demographic shifts. Our membership is evolving, as we've just heard. Some branches are thriving, whilst others face declining participation due to geographic dispersion or ageing populations. We must adapt to these realities. This may require resource optimization. By consolidating our structure, we can better allocate resources, financial, administrative, and our people, ensuring every member receives the support they deserve. We've already heard this morning the difficulties of administering over 100 branch accounts. And of course, improving inclusivity and engagement. A younger, more modernised structure can engage new retirees or leavers, as we've just heard, those from diverse backgrounds, and members who feel disconnected from traditional branch activities or structures. And secondly, what might this look like? Well, that is what we envisage the NEC coming back with a proposal on. But it could, for example, include a larger, better resource branches that then support smaller sub-branches or groups. A more agile and flexible governance model could allow branches to collaborate, share best practices, and respond more quickly to member needs, which of course is what we're all about. This is not a top-down directive, it is a call for collaboration with the NEC. We propose that over the next year, the NEC explores those options, gathers feedback, and develops a properly considered roadmap for change before presenting these findings back to conference for us to discuss in more detail next year. As directors of Narpo, the NEC are duty-bound to act in the best interest of the organisation and its members. No organisation can remain unchanged if it wishes to prosper or even survive. It's a shame that the NEC are not supporting this motion, and I would have expected greater leadership in this matter. Let us honour our past by preparing for the future. Let us ensure that Narpo remains not only a guardian of our legacy, but a champion of innovation and inclusion. Together, we can build a better structure that reflects our strength, diversity, and unity. Please support this resolution. Thank you.
Does the seconder wish to second the motion? To speak, sorry.
I was about to say good morning, conference, but it's past 12 o'clock, so good afternoon, conference. My name is David Palmer, and I am serving on the Gwent branch with Jeff. Let me get straight to it. We recognise that this proposal, on the face of it, has an emotive element. Branches are rightfully proud of their heritage and rightfully proud of the history behind the organisations that they served and which they stay with in terms of their Narpo membership. But members of branches based on pre-1973 boundaries, as I say, are rightfully proud, and that cannot be ignored. But I am a member of another organisation that was based on regional geographic borders. And post-COVID, we discovered that the only events we were holding were committee meetings. And on the unlikely event that they held another event outside of the committee, it was only committee members who were turning up. It came to the point where we realised the reality of the fact that we needed to merge with a neighbouring branch of the organisation. And as a result of that, we had a bigger pool of interested committee members. We had more resources that were pooled who could serve the membership interests of both the former branches. So believe me when I say we feel your concerns about what you may perceive to be the loss of your heritage with your current branch. I have to be a little critical of the agenda as it's published in your brochures. It refers to this motion being a motion to reduce the number of branches. It is no such thing. We are only proposing that the NEC be required to explore options in consultation with the branches and their members. Once this work has been done, they would report back to the next conference for a further debate. It is noted that in the objection to the resolution in the other papers, the NEC mentioned that branches can merge if they wish to. But I noted that Rule 11 requires that the NEC agree that proposal, so perhaps that should be part of the review that we are proposing. Now, I recognise that in only giving the NEC 1 year to do this work, that's 1/3 of the time it takes the IOPC to investigate whether a police officer used a hurty word towards someone who kicked him in the shins, but we have faith in you. So I respectfully suggest that the resolution be passed, as it does not threaten the status quo of branches in any way. It may serve to inform us all of the way forward for our branches, but change should only be proposed in 2026 if the findings benefit and do not damage. Thank you.
Does anybody wish to speak for or against the motion? Answer appears to be no, so I shall... Oh, sorry. It's very difficult to see here because when the lights are in your face... Yeah. I'm going to ask you.
Good afternoon. Wally Cox, and I'm Chair and Secretary of the Oxford City Police Association and Assistant Secretary of Thames Valley Police Oxfordshire Narpo, and I'm here on both mine and my board's behalf to ask you to support this resolution. I joined Oxford City Police as a cadet in 1965 and as a PC in 1967, just 5 months before we, on April Fool's Day 1968, became Thames Valley Constabulary, as we amalgamated with Berkshire, Buckinghamshire, Oxfordshire Constabularies, Reading Borough Police and Oxford City. The Narpo branches connected with these forces continued under their own titles for many years. In 2002, the Secretary of the Oxford City branch died unexpectedly, and no one wanted to take the role on. Their committee approached the Oxfordshire branch to merge, and this was done in a very friendly manner, which led to a large committee, which we still have today, and 2 vice chairs, 1 for each force. It was me years later who proposed that we do away with this, as in my view, we work and support all our members, no matter which force they are from. This was accepted. The reason I feel so strongly about this is I served until 2003, and for the last 8 years of my service, I was the Deputy Secretary of the Thames Valley Police Federation, and one of my duties was to attend the retirement courses the force then ran, to sell the Federation Insurance and Force Benevolent Fund. We were often joined by a member of Narpo. By then, the vast number of those we were speaking to had only ever served in Thames Valley and often throughout the force area, so they had no idea which branch to join, and that is still the case today, as we are aware of retired and retiring officers who will not join because of this. At the moment, Thames Valley has 3 boards, Buckinghamshire, Berkshire and Oxfordshire, which means that any death message or other message are sent out 3 times, and as a result, accidents do happen, and deaths and funerals are missed. Because of data protection, this cannot change unless we were to merge. The reason I feel this is so important goes back to 2002 and the sudden death of the Oxford City Secretary, who died whilst gardening, aged 70 years. This can happen to any branch at any time, and as just 7 weeks ago today, I suffered a heart attack, I can avow to this. It was lucky that the branch Oxford City approached in 2002 was receptive, but I'm aware that this is not always the case. I recently spoke with the secretary of a branch from another force. He said that one of his force branches was in danger of folding, and I asked him would they look to merge with them. He told me, quite forcibly, that this would not happen as he had enough work to do already. If we leave things as they are now, how often is this going to happen going forward? Also remember that if a branch folds, not only does it leave members unrepresented, but also that any funds or equipment they have accumulated become the property of the NEC. Is that something that we want? And what about Thames Valley? As I said before, Oxfordshire are totally in agreement that the 3 branches should merge, and this has been endorsed at AGMs over the years. But Berkshire and Buckinghamshire are not. We now have tri-meetings twice a year, which has brought us closer together, so maybe one day. One of the problems that decisions on merging can only be made at an AGM, which tend to be attended by the older members and not always well attended. Is it right that between 5 and 10% of the membership make the decisions for the majority? I feel that we should be able to hold secure elections questionnaires online to get the views of the majority of members, not just the few, and I believe that this is something that the NEC should explore urgently for the future. In conclusion, I would ask you to support this resolution and allow the NEC to look at future-proofing this organisation and not to allow it to sleepwalk into serious problems in the future. And finally, a huge thanks to the Great Western Hospital at Swindon, whose rapid action 7 weeks ago today allowed me to be here today to address you. Thank you.
Right, if there are no more from the audience, then I'll call on Alan Orchard to give the NEC view, please.
Good afternoon, conference. All I can say is I go back to what we were saying. These smaller branches that people seem to want to amalgamate, they're steeped in history. They were formed prior to the amalgamations. People know and have grown up with them. And yes, their membership might be falling, but ultimately it will fall beyond recognition. All these smaller branches had the protection of the National Association. And they were autonomous in the way they run and within the organisation. And they functioned admirably for years. By complying with what Gwent want, we ultimately would end up saying, well, we're going to swallow up these smaller branches and make them into regional branches. That's fine. But in doing that, the loss of the individuality to and autonomy for that branch will affect them. If a branch has got falling membership, if their finances are not good enough, they can make that decision themselves to amalgamate with someone else. And I don't think that we should be turning around and looking at a way of saying, we're going to do this. Give the NEC a year to look at it. But ultimately, that is what Gwent want, is for us to turn around and say, right, we're going to restructure the whole of Narpo and take away their identities and their autonomy. That doesn't need to happen because under Rule 11, it allows for these branches to make their own decisions. And those decisions about amalgamating should be made by the branch individually, not by us on the NEC or conference. It's up to the branch. You've got people there, officers running these branches, who have done it for years and they know exactly what they're like. And yes, they will come to head office and ask for some help with how things are going. If a branch does go into regional, like they want, then some of those members are not going to be able to attend meetings and that, because you could end up where the regional place is going to be based is 100 miles away from someone to travel to a meeting or a social function. So Rule 11 allows for them to do that themselves. So I would ask you, conference, please reject this motion, leave things as they are. There's an opportunity there for branches to amalgamate when they want. Why should we change it now? Thank you.
Does the mover wish to wind up? Yes.
Thank you, conference. I'll be very brief on this. It's great to see our colleague from Oxfordshire here today and looking so well. So thanks very much for your support for the motion, for the resolution. Can I ask you, please, to set aside any personal interest you might have in this and look to the future and not like the NEC looking at the past. Whilst we must remember where we've come from and what we've done and support all of those who've gone before us, this is about the future, not about the past. Please support the resolution. Thank you.
In that case, we move to the vote. Stewards, the doors, please. Those in favour of the resolution, press the green button now, please. Those against, press the red. This is exciting. It's passed. Mm-hmm. Still passed. Oh, sorry. The vote is closed, apparently, I'm supposed to say. Yeah, the vote is carried. Right, thank you. Just before we move on, a piece of breaking news. I don't want any debate or comment whatsoever, but Angela Rayner has resigned. We bring you all the news you wish to hear. Right. Moving back to the agenda. The next speaker is Graham Cole, OBE, who many of you will perhaps know as last night as Tony Stamp, PC Tony Stamp from Sunhill Police Station. He's been a long-time member of Narpo, and he is, of course, because Sunhill was allegedly, in the Metropolitan Police, a member of London branch. But he's done a lot of work beyond London, nationally. He's been a huge supporter over many, many years of police and a great worker in the charity field. He's done a lot of good, actually, for the image of policing, and he's a really good guy. So it's my pleasure to, I don't know where he is. Are you there, Graham? So it's my great pleasure to introduce Graham Cole, OBE, or is it Tony Stamp? No, it's Graham. He's over here.
Good afternoon, conference. It's a huge honour to be amongst you. Thank God the vote went that way. I was getting to feel like Diane Abbott's accountant. It's such a huge honour, seriously, guys and girls, to be amongst you. I played you for 25 years on television. I was 10 years an actor. I joined the acting profession in 1974 as a redcoat, and against all the rules, met a 16-year-old, and I was just 21, and we've been together 50 years. She's my rock, and I've got 2 kids, and I'll tell you about that if they don't show me the red button. I've been everything in my profession. I love performing. I love being in front of audiences. I've been fortunate enough to start off in 1974 after the Redcoat as a singer. So I was in the West End doing Sunday concerts, working summer shows as a singer. 12 West End musicals. I'm heading towards my 47th panto. I'm heading towards my 47th panto. Thank you. And I love it. And do you know the reason I truly, truly love it? Is because we play to kids. And if you're shit, they let you know. My profession has changed dramatically. We thought that reality television might dent us. It decimated us. It absolutely crucified the industry and slightly contentiously goes on so to do. I can say that because I have to work panto with these people who I've never heard of. And I stand in the wings and I say to them, they don't care who you are. You're a prince or a princess or whatever. That's all they care about. But of course, they're going for the 5 minutes of fame. I'm going for 50 years in my job. And I'm the baddie. And the reason I'm the baddie, I can get rid of all that angst. I can talk about well-being. Be a baddie in a pants, and you can get rid of all that crap that you're carrying, shouting at the audience. So my background, radio, TV, film, and I used to do a lot of broadsword fighting for the National. I never spoke a word of Shakespeare, but a load of broadsword fighting, which I loved, and I loved the physicality of theatre. And the only thing we used to do, there would be 5 of us, 6 of us, and we'd have special swords made that send off sparks and flashes. When we went in the wings, a bit like you after a riot, we just made sure we got our fingers and ear rolls. There was a wonderful, Josh Ackland was playing one of the Johns, I can't remember which of the Shakespeare's it was, but there was a very, very old actor, and he had to run on at the end and goes, "It is Being in England is his after this 7.5-minute battle. This old chap, and I won't tell you, he's a beautiful old actor, ran on and goes, "Is it?" That's what we live for. When it goes wrong, that's what we love. And seriously, I don't know how many of you go to theatre. Please do. That's my life. I love theatre. You're there with us. Most of you, if you're in an audience, want to do what I do. Many of you will have far more talent than mine. But the joy for me is we marry up at that point. We work together at that point. So, actually, Tony Stamp come from Thames Valley. It told me in the breakdown of my character. Now, bear in mind, I suppose I was 30, not quite 32. So, he was a martial arts expert. He was a gun expert, which made me quite smile because at the time he was called a pink card carrier. He also was a confirmed bachelor because he was scared stiff of women. And I love that idea because obviously I met Cherry such an early stage in my career. And the one thing many people say, in fact, the chairman was asking me about, how can you possibly play Scrooge, which I did at the Garrick Theatre. He said, how can you play that? And we play against type. I don't want to be me. One of the most difficult things, honestly, conference, is, as last night, many people come up to me, "Oh, Tony Stamp." And I think, shit. I'm not him. I'm not as butch as he was. I just played him. But you know, the Met were wonderful to me because they gave me this breakdown. I'd never played a copper. I did one commercial, I think, for milk as a police uniform. Other than that, and I gave the guy that was driving the milk float a speeding fine. That's all I remember about that character. So I knew nothing. I'd played baddies in Agatha Christie's, in Durbridge's, always the baddie. And it was really the fighting sequence. That's why I got the chance with Julian Oldfield, who was casting director at the time, to go to what was Thames Television. And they gave me the breakdown. You know, I didn't go to drama school. I wanted to, but I went to medical school. If you want to know more about that, come and see my show so you think you know me. My mum and dad were brother and sister of Sir John. I knew about that, so I actually trained in orthopedics. But when I was 21, and I'd done 4 years, what was fascinating for me was during the day I was working in the casualty departments as a plaster technician or orthopedic technician. So we break your arm, your leg, you know, I'll be the geezer that'll be manipulating it and all that stuff for you. Sorry, I'm boring, man. But the other part, so I'll be doing that in the daytime, and then at night, I go to a completely different theatre. And for me, the performer, it was just wonderful to have that change. So I had to change completely from one character to the next. And one of the things about my job is, of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's all about stress. It's nothing but stress. But unlike you, I don't get an end result. If I don't watch television, I don't see it at all. Theatre, I can kind of feel how you all felt about what we were doing at that moment in time. But we don't have to. So what do? I go to reference libraries if I'm doing a Chekhov. I go to reference libraries if I'm doing a Shakespeare. I back it all up. When I was playing Scrooge, I back it all up. What did he write about Scrooge? Why did he write about Scrooge? I don't know if you know or not, but he nearly died in a train crash, and he got 12 kids at the time, and that's why he wrote the story of Scrooge and reflected over his life. So when you play that part, you bring all that background into it. And of course, I know that in the second half, I've got to cry. So you build yourself up to that. It's much worse in TV and film, because obviously, on the schedule, I know at Wednesday at 11 o'clock, someone's going to shout at me, "Action!" And they want me to cry. That's my job. I might feel really happy that day, but that's my job. So how do I find out how the hell to play Tony Stamp with this absolutely rounded amount? Of course I've seen police officers. PC Rickard, who used to do the High Street at Bromley, and I chatted to him a few times. So I asked if I could have a word with him, and he very graciously let me. But they wanted him to be an area car driver. What the hell's an area car driver? I didn't even know. I knew nothing about that at all. I've raced cars. I went to Rye Hill when I was 12, 13 and raced go-karts, and then I've raced cars and continue to race cars for 50 years. So I know about cars, and I know about speed, and I love that side of it. How do I do that? I talk to our police advisors, and I go to Hendon. And in my 25 years playing Tony Stamp, I did that driving course 8 times. I was that shit. I did that course that many times, but honestly, guys and girls, oh my God, what a course. And it's never left me. I've raced cars at 230 miles an hour around every racetrack in this country. I've rallied all over the world. Nothing comes close to having Inspector Baggs sat next to you with his clipboard, and whatever you did wrong, he smacks your thigh with it. Or the commentary. Dear God, the commentary. And he's got his little pencil and going, yeah, you've got a pram over on the left-hand side. I can see a woman coming, she's opening the front door, and I can see a car coming over on the left-hand side, and I can see, and he's writing all this shit down, and you think, oh, I'm going to get this so wrong, and I'm going to lose. What a course. And then actually being in an unmarked car on about my fourth time with them, unmarked car, going around those 5 roundabouts at Chiswick, with the inspector going, keep up with the bandit car. You're in an unmarked car, keep up with a bandit car, that's all you got to do. And of course, obey the law. Ladies and gentlemen, it was such a joy, such a joy. So it meant, I don't know if you know or not, whether you watched the bill or not, I know a lot of police officers didn't because you said we never do the paperwork. My God, that's boring television. My sergeant Cryer used to ask me for my chorus, yes, sergeant's coming. So to be you, to find you, the only way I could do that, I could drive the cars, that's not a problem. I can whiz around. The bill's shot on one handheld camera, always was. When it first started, people hated it because it was all jumpy. That's because the cameraman's running with us down the street. It was the only police series ever in the world for you to not see the crime. You arrived as we arrived. So our scenic department, as you open the door, you've been there, girls and guys. No, it's a shithole. Oh no, who's going to be the mouthy one? Who's going to be the one that's going to, that last 8 feet. I used to sit in the back of the area cars probably every 2 or 3 months. If there's a change in government, a bit more, because obviously they're going to change the stop and search laws again. And I just used to sit in the back of the cars and go with the team. After a while, they used to say, sit there. I had to sign the indemnity form in case I died. Every time. And the sergeant tells you the long list of what I should and shouldn't do. If there's a punch-up, well, you're with the team. You're with the team. I get to know the guys and the girls. And bearing in mind, I joined the bill in 1984. Orwell was right. Going out with a team. Oh, my. And the IRA were bombing us. And I can remember going to a huge pub in Brixton on the corner of Brixton High Street and Streatham. And it was a 2-girl team. And we got out there going, yeah, you take the snug, you take, yeah, okay. And I ran in and I thought, what the hell are you doing, Cole? You're a fucking actor. Supposing you find the bloody thing. But seriously, guys and girls, to just be amongst you, to just be there. You're actors. You have to be actors. To change from that house, to go to that house, you have to be actors. To change your mood, you have to be able to chuck that, bring forward whatever it is, means that you have at your disposal. I'm proud president of Post-Traumatic Stress 999. Now, I know there's a lot of you of certain ages here who go, seriously, I go out with the teams now, 12-hour shifts, back-to-back shifts. We'll drive down into McDonald's. I was talking to Vanessa Feltz on LBC about it 2 weeks ago. Oh, man alive. You'll go down to McDonald's to get a coffee, or you get, can't you go chasing crime? Why aren't you catching villains? Why aren't you? It's mad. So in the cars, Mars bars, sweets. There's no canteens. I'm a member of the public. I can say what the hell I like, and if I get any ministers that will listen to me, they'll hear it. There are no canteens anymore. Where can you go? Where can you eat? You're just going to eat crap. That's all you can eat. There is nothing else. And one of the things I loved about the bill is we highlighted so much of what went on. I used to listen to you guys and girls. And so in a canteen scene, I would slide in a line that only you would know what it meant. The British public wouldn't have a clue what it meant. And of course, the bill, there was about 20 of us. There was 5 of us that started it off in 1984. all theatre-trained actors, and we were the only television programme to not have rehearsals. We had no run-throughs. We'd arrive, we had to learn the script the night before. We arrived in the direction between that point and that point, I want this chunk of dialogue. They talk about fitness. I have never run so much in my life. Bearing in mind, ladies and gentlemen, when I started, 1984, I looked like that. I looked like a policeman. I had authority everywhere I walked. Argue with that, and if you can't, I shall put my cap on. And 2010, I look like him. The Met were wonderful to us. Every 6 or 7 months, we get a director say, we're going from tunics and we're going into jumpers. I don't know how many of you went through that transition, but let me tell you, as an actor, we had to find another way to play a policeman. It softened everything. And when you walked into a pub, no one cared. Because you didn't have that. You didn't have that authority. You didn't have that power. Then we got this belt. We had to keep going to Hounslow. Side handle battens. Truncheons that you had down your leg. Do you remember them? Talking to an old sweat. Put the lead through your top there. Why? Because you get your thumb through it and it's out. I'm an actor. I ain't sitting there for hours in this car while they wait for me to deliver lines with this thing down my leg. I want to do what you guys do. My utility belt, after my 25 years, had all the stuff that guys had given me. In that boot of that car, you used to have anything that you once didn't have. That car would be full of stuff. Going out with you guys and you girls, seeing you, your trousers down, seeing how you coped with that, and remembering that you would know, not too sure as I wander about now, the best bit of your equipment, your mouth. Why do I do post-traumatic stress 999? Because it's relentless. I mean, hopefully, and I'm probably older than many of you, hopefully, oh yes I am. 1952. What a year. There must have been boring stuff on the telly that year. But you know, to get into, I thought my job, doing all that research, and going through the training manuals and all that stuff that you would have done, I thought my job, extensively, in its simplest terms, put a heart inside the uniform. Let the public see, I ain't any different to you. I feel the same that you feel. I have prejudice like you have. And my God, did Tony Stamp have some prejudices. Bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't write it. I just delivered it. And again, my exec producers would call me and they go, you never. We have lots of actors come and say, my character wouldn't say that. How the hell do I know? He's not even real. You tell me what he says. You tell me what he does. I had so many chief inspectors over the years ago, how the hell do you get away with hitting so many people? And I said, yeah, exactly, yeah. And I said, he doesn't like the paperwork. But there was beautiful, beautiful lines. There's this little short guy. We've got a care in the community house, and they're getting crap from everyone in this. So Stamp gets called there for the 3rd time, and he's got this agitator, this little short guy. Gets him, he splatters him up, and my guest artists are very well aware of what Stamp will do. And he gets out of the area car. I splatter him up against the wall and say, first of all, you're obstructing a police officer in the course of his duty. Secondly, why don't you pick on someone your own size? If that is biologically possible. How can you fail with lines like that? And I worked with Hollis. Hollis was our Fed rep. To portray you, ladies and gentlemen, was such an honour. And wherever I go now, I get stopped. The bill is seen by 6 million people every week. We're repeated in 36 countries of the world. There is no one, unless they live on the planet Zarg, that does not know who I am. And it is beautiful. And I love it. And you couldn't, as an actor, you can't pay for it. Admittedly, when they sacked me, and they hate me telling you that, but they did. The bill in 2009, I was at one of the meetings with the exec producer, and he's telling us, we're adding music. We never had music in the bill. Never. It was done by the acting. We're adding music. How did they do that? As a car passed, there was a bit of music. And as a car passed the other way, there's another bit of, what twat thought that was a good idea? And as I said, you know, you arrived as we arrived. You saw what we saw. And running down the street, that utility belt, I learnt you can't go through doors front on. Not if you're my size. I used to be in that studio at 6:30 in the morning, pumping me up, making sure Tony Stamp was the biggest bastard on that Sunhill set. Why? Totally selfishly. Nobody else was doing it on set. Is he vulnerable? Yep, can't talk to women. I can. Tony Stamp can't. Play against type. If a woman comes, okay. All right, love? What? Yeah, if you like. Reg! And also on the bill, we got away with amazing things. We could show the audience what you're going through as that year progresses. They say, bring the bill back. We couldn't. It's impossible. You know, with body cam, I mean, you wouldn't anyway, would you? You wouldn't want to, because you've got interceptors and all that, and I meet those guys all the time, bless them. But you would, and the bill was of its time. You watch it now, it's nostalgia, isn't it? And the people knew when our registration numbers suddenly went to E's and we lost A, B's and C's and D's, we were going to smash up a few cars. They said to me once, okay, Tony, Graham, mate, but okay. I get talking to Tony all the time. It took me 2 weeks to realise, all right, Tony, they were talking to me. Now, I'm absolutely used to it. As long as a wife doesn't call me Tony a moment of passion, I don't care. We are on a bulldozer, and I have to run onto a moving bulldozer. I've got a day's working on scrapyard with it, and that fact it's done at the Battersea Power Station, was where I trained on it. But this is now on a street in Tooting. Quite tight little street with a little bridgeway in between the houses. And I had to run and jump on this moving bulldozer that the kids are going. And on the way down the road, I have to smash into 4 cars with the bucket. Procedurally with the bucket as it's going down, and the camera has to go down with me. It then goes behind me. As I said, one handheld camera, so I have to do it precisely the same way or as close as I possibly can so they can cut it however they want to. Before I do that scene in this 4.5-ton bulldozer, one of him, like the exec, will come up to me, and we call them stage managers. He'll come up to me and goes, I really like to only do this once. I bet you would, mate. What I suggest, if it goes wrong, is you turn the cars around and I'll do it the other side. The great thing about acting, seriously, girls and boys, if I'm fighting, if I'm racing cars, I was hospitalised. Is that the end of my time? Oh, sorry, I thought you told me to shut up. I was hospitalised 10 times on the bill because, like you, we went through real glass. We smashed in the door with real glass, and you've got to put your hand through, you know, on the catch and all that. Blood's coming down your thing. You don't stop. If you're acting, you just keep going until someone says cut. You just keep going and keep going and keep going. We went to this place very close to Tower Bridge, and I love the iconic work that we did. The places we went was just stunning. You've got the Thames behind you. You don't need anything else. And we're all working in this place, and we all got bitten alive by whatever the hell it was. And my foot swelled, and it was over the top of the boot. And the production manager came up and said, what's your next scene? I said, I'm in the car. I said, oh, that's okay, they can't see your foot. But that's acting, isn't it? It is. But that is acting, isn't it? That is acting. But ladies and gentlemen, it's been a joy to be with you. It's been very special. Being asked to join Narpo was such a thrill, and wherever I go, I tell people it's special. I think you should actually say, you know, the National Association of Remarkable Police Officers. You absolutely fill my heart with being here. Last night, I don't know how many selfies I did, but please put them online so the wife knows I was here. I've also got these pictures with me. I carry them everywhere. It was really embarrassing last night because not one of you came up. But what I tend to do is any money I get, it goes to post-traumatic stress. We've talked to the guys and also your main sponsors, the solicitors, last night, John and Tony. It was lovely talking to them. The hardest thing is getting money, because we can't do bucket collections anymore. So I flog these for whatever you think they're worth. I will write any message on it you like, because I'm not going to meet the people. And I've got this, I've got 3 others. 14 Doctor Who monsters I've played, always encased in rubber for the BBC. Diversity, I've worked with every comic. I carry a little makeup box, because we do our own makeups. And in there's a little piece of string that was given to me by one of the funniest men that I've ever stood on stage and watched, Tommy Cooper. I've made movies with Vincent Price, Peter Cushing, Christopher Lee, John Carradine. I've worked with every comic known to man. I've stood on the stage at the Palladium. I was fronting with 18 girl dancers. I was a male singing. 18 girl dancers. It was a bitch, but somebody had to do it. And the girls would come to me and go, "Why aren't you upstairs? Why aren't you watching it?" Because, remember, we're in the early 70s, 74, 75, 76. I'm on stage on a Sunday concert. Who can I watch from the wings? Victor Borg, Sammy Davis Jr., Bruce Forsyth. That man never, ever failed to make me laugh, and I'd seen his hat 100 times. What a sweet man. I did Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy as one of the crappiest little parts that I ever got, but why? Because Alec Guinness was in it. And I was walking across the warehouse. "Dear boy." And I went over to him, "Please join me for tea." And I sat down in this horrible place with Sir Alec Guinness. My life is joyful. My missus takes care of everything else. She tells us when we're going on holiday what I'm eating. Do you know, and Tony Stamp, I've not worked since. People say, is it because you were typecast? And taxi drivers used to say that to me. "Are you scared of getting typecast? Are you scared of getting lost?" Would be my retort. But I don't run the industry. And like all of you in your experiences, it's run by 30, 40-year-olds. And what they don't want is someone like me to go, "I could probably save you 3 shots here, mate." The bill used to come up and they used to go, "We're running down this street. Okay, 25 yards. "Oh, no, we're not. One handheld camera. How many shots, Gov? 5. I'm now doing 25 yards 5 times. I was so fit on that show. But, like I said to them, we get to the end of that. "So, listen, mate, you do that again, and I'm going to break your leg." And the director, "Why are you out of breath?" "Because I've just run 25 yards. Dustin Hoffman went up to Laurence Olivier, and they were doing a scene together, absolute true story, doing a scene together. Laurence Olivier was standing there, and Dustin, "I'll be back," and he ran around, all the way around the set, and then came back in. "Cut, we're going to go again." And off he went, all the way around, and he came back there, and he did the scene with Laurence Olivier. And at the end, "How was that?" Laurence Olivier said, "You just stay with me, darling. It's called acting." Bless you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a joy to be with you.
Thank you, Graham. I think everybody has really enjoyed that. Still the performer. We didn't expect 25 years history of British policing, but it went down well. Thank you so much for everything you do for us, for the Widows Pension Campaign and all your other charities. We are most grateful to you for what you've done for us. Afternoon conference. Trust you've all had a decent lunch and are ready for this afternoon. Now, what we're going to show this morning, because we knew it would overrun, Tony's excellent, but he's treads the boards and he overruns slightly. A bit like Ken Dodd in the old days. Yeah, but he is good. He is really good, isn't he? Yeah, I meant Graham. Look, I get everybody's name wrong, don't I? Whoever you are. Anyway, just a slight alteration on the agenda. We're now going to show it's a 10-minute video from the UK Police Memorial Trust about one aspect of their work, just for your information. It's the latest. It was only released on Tuesday at the trustees meeting. I was there. They released it, and I asked if we could get a copy, first copy, before it goes very public. So you're going to be some of the first to see it. So it's just 10 minutes, and then we'll go straight back into the agenda. Okay?
I am speaking to you from the Cabinet Room at 10 Downing Street. This morning, the British ambassador in Berlin handed the German government a final note stating that unless we heard from them by 11 o'clock, that they were prepared at once to withdraw their troops from Poland, a state of war would exist between us. I have to tell you now that no such undertaking has been received, and that consequently this country is at war with Germany.
In the face of danger during the Second World War, police officers across the UK stood not with weapons, but with unwavering resolve, compassion, and a deep sense of duty. Their extraordinary courage and quiet heroism didn't seek the spotlight, but lit the way in our darkest hours.
In the context of the Second World War, we would think of the military personnel fighting in various fronts, but you also had the police on the home front, maintaining law, maintaining order. Police officers were regulated, and that's all recorded here in these standing orders. What would have been expected? Preventing crime, detecting crime, the protection of life and property. But the Second World War brought different challenges, certainly in terms of the blackout. There was an opportunity for thieves, robbers, muggers. People were taking advantage, certainly in terms of the black market. There was rationing on in terms of fuel, in clothes. You know, we're forcing the carrying of gas masks. Perceived threat of German spies, people going AWOL, people deserting. So over and above the job they did before the war, there was a lot more demand. To support the police, you had the special constables who were volunteers, but they were sworn and attested with all the powers that regular police officers had. You had the wartime reserve. Many of these were retired police officers that sort of came back into the fold. But really a precedent in the Second World War was the formation in 1939 of the Women's Police Auxiliary Corps.
From ration points to traffic points may be a far cry, but she's quite at home with either. A real woman doing a real man's job.
Also, you had the Police Auxiliary Messenger Service. These were basically young boys who were under 18 years of age, particularly city areas, and the lines of communication, telephone lines were taken out. These very young, brave boys were delivering messages for the police. It's a matter of record that some of them got killed. But the police were there, these men and women. When a lot of people were rightly sort of bunkered down, keep them safe, these people were out there doing their best to save lives. And sadly, many of them paid the ultimate sacrifice.
The Blitz starts on the 7th of September 1940 and goes through till May 1941. London was targeted because it was the centre of the UK government, it's the seat of empire, it's the headquarters of the military, of the security services. London also has iconic, important targets. Westminster Abbey, Buckingham Palace. If you can target any of these, that's a really big hit to morale in the UK. While the bombing campaign is going on, you need to keep the Prime Minister and the war going. So they would retreat to the bunkers, Churchill's bunkers, where we are now. The Met were very much on the streets. If there was a bombing of buildings, it was often a police officer who was first on the scene. We have reports of officers digging through rubble with their bare hands to try and reach survivors. We know that the police canteens gave out food, that they arranged for clothing to be given out for people who'd lost everything. They are keeping the city going. And I think it must have been reassuring for Londoners that after their homes had been bombed or maybe they'd been injured, that there was a police officer who was going to be there and help them. The evacuees, the children that were leaving London to get away from the bombing, it was police officers who helped this process. And they're also delivering messages of deaths in military service. I can't imagine how difficult it was to constantly have to do those sort of door knocks to tell people that their loved ones had been killed. All of this while still policing a city in the normal way that you would be policing. The Met has the biggest number of police officers in the country, so it will, by that nature, have more of a loss of life. It's also police staff, not just officers who lose their lives. In November 1940, the Kilburn police station was hit, and it was hit by 3 incendiary bombs, and 14 out of the 18 officers on duty were killed, and the station cleaner. We actually have a note of the event from an eyewitness, PC Don Light, who says that it was like a million coals being flung up into the air, and that men came from all over London to help, but it did no good. The first female police officer killed on duty was killed during the war, Bertha Gleghorn. She was walking across the yard of Tottenham Road Police Station when it was hit by a doodlebug, a flying bomb. At one point there were 57 consecutive nights of bombing. Police officers would have been very much on the front line of dealing with the bombing, with the consequences of that constant aerial attack.
From steel to cotton. All day long the looms are weaving, but all night now there must be men to watch for firebombs.
As soon as war broke out, chief constables were allocated as the chief air raid wardens. So you've got to do all kinds of civil defence duties, as well as all the policing responsibilities that are not going away. Lots of experienced officers were called up to military service, so the forces are starting to have depleted ranks. It must have been one of the most challenging times to be a leader in policing. The German air forces were focusing their attention on cities right across the country. We had bombings, air raids all over Birmingham and Coventry in particular as industrial heartlands of the country. Police officers are going out there having to try and deal with the effect immediately, so it could be as little as stamping out a little fire, stopping it from spreading, or it could be dealing with the aftermath of a massive bomb dropping on a building, causing absolute carnage. We had an officer in the mess room at Digbeth Police Station when a bomb fell in Allison Street directly outside, blasted straight through the wall and killed him outright. At our police headquarters in Birmingham on Newton Street, a bomb fell on the corner of the building. There was an inspector on the roof who was fire watching, killed outright. And similarly in Coventry in St Mary's Street in the headquarters there, direct hit on the police station, multiple casualties, several officers killed. But policing had to continue. They had to carry on with that really important work and try and pick up the pieces. This is a letter from PC Robert Evans Ace to his wife and son, who he sent away during the war for their own safety. Darling beloved and darling Gerald. Gerald's probably about 4 years old at this point. Well, darling, I have some news for you at last.
And believe me, it is some news. Last night, Wednesday, is the worst night I have ever spent in my life. Jerry came over at 8 p.m. and finished bombing us at 5 a.m. this morning. I cannot describe what I saw, darling, but I will tell you a little boy about 3.5 years like Gerald was dead. It did give me a shock. I stood there and then thanked God that both of you were out of Birmingham.
It isn't only in the town that the police in wartime have extra duties. In the country, large defence areas have increased their responsibilities in all sorts of ways.
Whilst you're policing a rural community, you are going to have the different challenges from main towns. You're looking at, say, poaching, black markets, you're looking at people stealing livestock. Everything was rationed, virtually in England. So that became very valuable, especially the county that I used to work in, Surrey. Surrey was a major staging point for a lot of army units. There are police officers that have won bravery awards for confronting armed soldiers who were drunk and breaking the law. During the daytime, you'd be visible. Now, police officers were wearing high-neck tunics then. You'd be dressed all in black. You'd have a black cape on if it was cold, and you're on your bike. You'd have a black helmet on. So with that, there were risks. William Harold Story was 35 years old when, during the blackout, he was struck by a taxi and he died of his injuries at the scene. There's no doubt about it, officers that died in the line of duty, their deaths could have been avoided or might not have happened had it been normal peacetime. No police officer goes out on patrol thinking, I'm not going to come back. Every officer goes out there wanting to make a difference. They want to protect the public. They swear an oath to protect life and property. They did their bit to help us all.
With over 300 police colleagues killed by enemy action during the Second World War, it's impossible to tell all of their stories, but by remembering just a few, we pay tribute to them all and recognise the extraordinary bravery that they showed in protecting their communities and protecting the freedoms that we enjoy today, and their sacrifices should never be forgotten. The ways in which they lost their life in service of their communities was so varied. It showed the risks that they faced on a daily basis. They died in service of their communities on the home front, and I hope by sharing their stories in this tribute, we can remember again the extraordinary bravery and sacrifice made by policing across the United Kingdom in times of war. We honour their legacy, we recognise their bravery, and we shall never forget them.
It's all gone very quiet. So we'll move on straight away and get the afternoon. The first item on the agenda is marked collaboration, and I'll invite the members of the speakers up onto the stage. First is Andy George. Andy George is president of the National Black Police Association. He polices as an active, still serving police officer in one of the more difficult parts of the United Kingdom, is with the Police Service of Northern Ireland. We've had quite a long and good relationship with Andy, and I'm very pleased to welcome him here today. Andy George. Also, next is Matthew Boyd. Matthew Boyd is Connect, who are our political advisors in London. Matthew has worked with us quite a while now and recently became our account manager, for which we are very pleased. He's very able, he's very committed to us and very helpful, and certainly assists us in our duties, meeting politicians mainly, and advising us on political matters and the press. And third, I'd like to offer a very, very sincere welcome to Martin Midgley. Martin Midgley is the chairman of Lancashire Police Federation. Martin has stood in at very, very short notice because the speaker who is in the agenda, Vanessa Jardine from Northumbria, Chief Constable she is, cannot be with us today, and Martin has kindly agreed to stand in. So for the next couple of hours, Martin, you are a Chief Officer. Welcome.
Hiya. All right. Good afternoon, conference. Thank you for inviting me to join you again and for the opportunity to speak this year. My name's Matthew Boyd. I'm a consultant in Connect, which I joined from the Office of the Chair of the European Parliament's Human Rights Subcommittee in Brussels. As Richard just said, I've been part of Connect's Narpo team for nearly 3 years now. That's most of my time at Connect. Since joining, I've worked closely with Alan, Richard, and the wider Narpo HQ team, as well as with Narpo's Later Life Ambitions partners, the Civil Service Pensioners Alliance and the National Federation of Occupational Pensioners, to ensure that members' priorities are represented clearly in Westminster and Whitehall and at Cardiff Bay. What I want to talk about today is straightforward. I'm going to start by setting out the political context in which we are operating. Without that, it's hard to judge how decisions are being made. I'll then look back over the campaigning activity that Narpo and Later Life Ambitions have undertaken during the past year or so, what we've done, who we've reached, and the impact we've achieved. And finally, I will look to the future, to the risks and opportunities we see coming down the track, and how Narpo and Later Life Ambitions intend to respond to them. I'll begin, however, with a few words about the Connect Group. Some of you will already be familiar with our work, but I wanted to explain who we are and what it is we do exactly. In short, Connect is an independent public affairs and communications consultancy. Our role is to help organisations like Narpo and Later Life Ambitions navigate the political process, to build relationships across parties and interests. Working from offices in London, Belfast and Edinburgh, we strive to ensure that ministers, opposition teams, officials and committees all understand the practical consequences of policies they are making. So, what's the context we're working in? Let me turn to the wider political environment, because this is the backdrop against which everything else happens. The political climate, as we've seen today with Angela Rayner, is incredibly volatile. That volatility matters because for organisations representing pensioners, it means entitlements and services are never entirely safe from review. Labour, under Sir Keir Starmer, has been in power for over a year now, propelled into government on an agenda of change after 14 years of Conservative administration. Despite the commanding majority, and I think something's happened with the slides, so I would have had a poll or a graphic of House of Commons, so you'll have to imagine it, but I'm sure you've all seen the newspapers. Despite the commanding majority Labour has in Parliament, Labour's disappointed many amongst both its supporters and those who lent the party a vote last year. Labour just can't seem to get going at home, though Sir Keir's performance on the global stage has fared a little bit better. Rachel Reeves, at time of speaking, is still Chancellor of the Exchequer. Whether she remains in the long run remains to be seen, and I understand there are informal briefings from Cabinet and sources close to Cabinet that suggest that in an eventual reshuffle, or more likely today, she is likely to stay. Either way, during her tenure, her central message has been about fiscal discipline and responsibility. That message has been tested very publicly by the winter fuel payment decision. I mean, you don't need me to tell you how in July last year, Reeves announced the winter fuel payment would be restricted to pensioners on means-tested benefits. 10 million pensioners lost the benefit. The decision brought an immediate reaction. Charities spoke of health risks, local authorities warned of pressure on services, and trade unions and other campaign groups mobilised, Narpo and Later Life Ambitions included. The measure was pushed through Parliament, but the political cost was high. Less than a year later, in June this year, the government made a partial U-turn, restoring eligibility for pensioners with incomes up to £35,000. That removed the expected fiscal saving that justified the move in the first place and left the government open to accusations of poor judgment and inconsistency. The lesson from all this is simple. Policies that affect pensioners, who typically are more engaged voters than other groups in society, I mean, I know that's a 27-year-old from trying to get my mates to vote, are politically sensitive, but they're also politically unstable. They can be removed, challenged, and restored again in the space of a year, for better or for worse. So, what else has been going on? Well, the triple lock remains in place, again for now, and that's despite Pensions Minister Torsten Bell's known dislike of the policy. He did in fact write a paper against it when he was at the Resolution Foundation think tank. But either way, with the triple lock, state pensions rose by 4.1% back in April. But every budget brings speculation about whether the triple lock will be weakened or replaced. It's never completely out of the question. On the budget, it's worth mentioning, as Alan and Richard did this morning, that the next one's being delivered on the 26th of November. Torsten Bell, as we understand, is playing a leading part in shaping it, so what it looks like will be interesting, to say the least. Beyond these headline measures, Labour has been quietly busy. Its pensions commission, it's re-established the pensions commission, to consider the long-term settlement for private pensions, and it's launched a statutory review of the state pension age. It also made changes designed to expand the uptake of pension credit, which in turn unlocks access to housing support, council tax relief, and other benefits. These are all significant moves, but they also signal that further reform is coming, again, for better or for worse. Polling at the start of August painted a clear picture of the shifting landscape. Labour plummeted from its pre-election high of about 35% to just 20% now. Declining popularity is normal for incumbent governments, but the rapid fall Labour has seen is unusual, to say the least. Just 3 points behind them are the struggling Tories, leaving Reform in the number one spot at 31%. Capitalising on concerns around net zero and migration, the traditional parties are finding hard to address, their rise shows no sign of stopping. Council elections in May showed this in action, and may do so again next year. But whether this translates to a general election, we just don't know. It might end up being a bit like the old UKIP doing quite well at the European Parliament and failing to repeat that at Westminster, but we'll see in a few years' time. The Lib Dems, meanwhile, seem to have stagnated on around 14%, and the Greens, who had quite a considerable breakthrough at the last election, around 9%. Other parties in Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland make up the rest of the polling figures. But turning to the opposition benches, things are no less uncertain than they are in the Labour ones. The Conservatives under Kemi Badenoch face leadership pressures of her own. Badenoch has struggled to keep the party united, and polling has been weak. Figures such as Robert Jenrick, who you might have seen with, I suppose, what you could term vigilantism on the underground, Tom Tugendhat and James Cleverly are all being positioned as potential successors, each representing a different strand of Tory thought. Any leadership change can mean a rapid shift in the party's approach to fiscal matters and to pensioners' benefits. Reform UK is consistently ahead of the Conservatives now in the national polls, and Labour too in more recent times. Its momentum has been driven by by-election victories and Nigel Farage's prominence in the media. If Conservative MPs defect, and what we've seen recently is a lot of big names defecting, but not quite that, or crucial MP, particularly in leaning areas, Reform could entrench itself further and reshape the competitive field. We've already seen it take over the media agenda this summer. The Lib Dems, now the third largest party in the Commons, are pressing hard on important issues such as social care reform, GP access, and investment in local services. They aim to consolidate their gains in southern England and the home counties, and to compete in marginal seats currently held by both Labour and the Tories. They're strong on social care, and it's a popular issue, which the party has a lot to say on, but it really struggles to get its message across. Sir Ed Davies' capers during the general election did do well then, but it's a different landscape now. It's worth mentioning Scotland too, where instability within the Scottish National Party has created opportunities for both Labour and the Conservatives, otherwise unavailable to them in England and Wales, as Scotland prepares to head to the polls in 2026. And in Wales, we've seen Plaid Cymru put forward an ambitious programme focused on more devolution, fiscal powers and green investment, challenging Labour in areas it had long dominated. Reform too is insurgent in Wales, threatening old industrial heartlands. And smaller parties, such as the so-called Your Party, or if anyone's got a suggestion for the name, I believe they're currently taking recommendations, launched by Jeremy Corbyn and Zara Sultana, are unlikely to make significant breakthroughs under the current electoral system, but still contribute to the overall volatility and headaches for the established parties, and even for the Greens. So for pensioners, the consequences are tangible. The winter fuel payment saga showed how quickly an entitlement can be cut and then partly restored. The triple lock remains under permanent scrutiny, bank branch closures continue to undermine access to cash, and social care remains unresolved. Transport provision is still patchy, and digital exclusion remains a barrier for many. In short, the system is contested space, and it is changing all the time. Against this background, Narpo has made headway, however, with its Love or Money, Widows Pensions Justice campaign. The issue at hand, as many of you know, is relatively straightforward, despite what ministers and civil servants tell us. But to summarise it, under the 1987 police pension scheme in England and Wales, widows and widowers lose their pension if they remarry or simply cohabit with a new partner. This rule doesn't apply to members of the armed forces, nor does it apply to the police in Northern Ireland, nor in most cases in Scotland. But it continues to apply to police families in England and Wales. The effect is to make individuals choose between financial security and rebuilding their personal lives. Parliamentarians across the House recognise that the rule is outdated and unfair. And to capitalise on this, in March, Narpo, supported by Later Life Ambitions, brought the issue directly to Westminster. An event hosted by the SNP's Kirsty Blackman MP gave survivors the opportunity to speak in person to their MPs, other interested MPs and peers. Their testimony about how the rules had affected their lives carried far more weight than any written briefing ever could. The response was significant. Around 30 parliamentarians engaged either directly or via their staff. Media coverage was extensive, from the Daily Express and Politico to BBC TV and radio, ITV, Gateway FM and the Police Oracle. Nick Ferrari even did a feature on his LBC breakfast show, which regularly attracts 1.5 million listeners. Graham Cole, who was with us earlier today, was invaluable to the campaign. He added a great degree of profile, helping the story reach outlets that might otherwise not have engaged with it. And the campaign has not stopped there. We have followed up systematically with MPs, secured parliamentary questions and pressed for meetings with ministers and opposition spokespeople. Sustained pressure also means that Narpo has been invited to join the Police Covenant Oversight Board. You now have a formal role in discussions about Home Office policy and, crucially, FaceTime with Policing Minister Dame Diana Johnson's officials. Nevertheless, the rule is still in place, so the campaign is not yet complete. But the progress is clear. There is more awareness, more engagement, and more pressure on ministers than there was a year ago. Alongside Narpo's focused campaigning, Later Life Ambitions has continued to push for a broader agenda. Later Life Ambitions represents over 250,000 members through Narpo, the Civil Service Pensioners Alliance, and the National Federation of Occupational Pensioners. That reach and scale carry real weight in Westminster and the devolved legislatures. And it's also worth noting it's a huge number. It's, I think, twice the number of members the Liberal Democrats have. So if Narpo wants to start putting its name on the ballot, I'd say it'd be quite a dangerous force. But what does LLA do? So its work is guided by the Pensioners Manifesto, which sets out its core priorities. It was launched in November 2023 with Work and Pensions Committee Chair, Sir Stephen Timms, and Eurovision 1967 winner Sandy Shaw, and it calls for a few sensible, tangible changes. It proposes a national care service integrated with a national health service. It argues for older people's commissioners in England and Scotland, following the example set by Wales and Northern Ireland. It campaigns to combat digital exclusion, to protect the triple lock, to ensure that housing is accessible and adaptable throughout one's life, and to improve public transport. These are things that benefit pensioners today, but also pensioners of the future. And over the past year, LLA has been active across this agenda. It has responded to government consultations on social care, digital finance, local transport and pensions. It has given evidence to parliamentary committees, and its submission to the Treasury Select Committee on access to cash was cited directly in the committee's report, strengthening our case for action. LLA also played a part in the debate that led to the Chancellor's partial reversal on the winter fuel payments. And while we're here in Blackpool, LLA is delivering a successful engagement programme with MPs on the closure of bank branches, pressing for more consistent provision of banking hubs and recognition of the reliance pensioners have on cash. All this has seen LLA become a regular and trusted voice in the media, particularly in the Daily Express and Sunday Express newspapers, helping to ensure that pensioner issues are kept in the public eye. The purpose of this work is simple: to keep the needs of older people visible so that ministers and officials cannot ignore them when they design policy. So, over the past year, Narpo has raised the profile of survivor pensions, secured parliamentary and media attention, and gained a place on the Police Covenant Oversight Board. Later Life Ambitions has kept wider pensioner issues on the agenda, contributed to government reversals, and maintained visibility in the media. Our immediate tasks going forward are clear. We are finalising submissions to the Pensions Commission and the State Pension Age Review. We are continuing parliamentary follow-up on the Love or Money Widows Pensions Justice campaign. We are preparing briefings ahead of a budget, which is inching ever closer. And we are submitting evidence to select committees on cash, housing and digital service, building on meetings with the likes of Wendy Chamberlain of the Lib Dems, Esther McVeigh of the Conservative Party, and the many other supportive MPs we've already met. We are sustaining media coverage on the winter fuel payment and wider benefits too, as well as the tax raise and provision of public services we might well expect from the budget next month. or 2 months' time rather, sorry. And we are coordinating with partner organisations wherever interests overlap. But members can play a role too, and we saw that so clearly with the Widows' Pensions campaign. Providing short, factual case studies makes a real difference. Just a paragraph or two describing the impact of a policy change and a service change. Writing to MPs at specific times as part of the campaign helps reinforce the points we are making in Westminster. And sharing local intelligence about service changes allows us to brief MPs and the media while there is still a chance to influence the outcome. But where does politics go from here? Looking ahead, there are 3 major areas of focus. First, the fiscal environment. The budget this November will likely revisit income tax thresholds, pension tax relief, inheritance tax, and capital gains tax. Each of these has implications for pensioners, whether directly through income or indirectly through local services. As mentioned, we will be preparing evidence and briefings in advance and engaging with ministers, opposition teams, select committees, and civil servants. Second, party positioning. This autumn's party conferences are mere weeks away, or happening right now in a reforms case. I believe Nigel Farage is due to speak around the time I finish with this. And each party will use these conferences to consolidate support and set out dividing lines for 2026, which is all the more important in an era where we hear politicians described as being far too similar all the time. So, Labour in Liverpool at the end of this month will want to show discipline and delivery amidst ever louder rumours of a cabinet reshuffle. Volatility certainly isn't going away. And Angela Rayner knows that better than most now. The Tories in Manchester will be wrestling with leadership questions, and the question of membership of the European Convention on Human Rights is also expected to be settled, and that's been a real divisive issue in the party. The Lib Dems in Bournemouth will continue to press on social care and local services. We will use conference season to meet frontbench and backbench MPs to test our messages and to secure commitments where possible. Third, the policy framework. The Revived Pensions Commission and the review of the state pension age will shape the medium term. Both provide opportunities for influence, but only if we are present with evidence and proposals. We will be active in both processes. Within this context, LLA will present a budget for later life, as Richard and Alan mentioned this morning. That's going to take place in Parliament on the 28th of October and is again being sponsored by our committed supporter, Kirsty Blackman. The budget for later life will argue for safeguarding the triple lock, for protecting universal benefits such as bus passes and the winter fuel payment, for tackling digital exclusion, for improving housing and transport, and for embedding stronger representation of older people in policy making. The aim is to provide a constructive framework that all parties can support, building on the cross-party success of the Pensioners' Manifesto and highlighting pensioners' interests ahead of the government's own budget. So, to draw things together, the political climate remains unsettled. Pensioner benefits are under constant review. That creates risks, but it also creates opportunities to influence the direction of policy. Over the past year, Narpo has raised the profile of survivor pensions, secured parliamentary and media attention, and gained its place on the Police Covenant Oversight Board. Later Life Ambitions has kept wider pensioner issues on the agenda, contributed to government reversals, and maintained visibility in the media. The next 12 months will bring a budget, party conferences, and major policy reviews. And who else knows what else will happen? It really could be anything these days. We will continue to represent your interests in all these forums. And Connect's objective remains clear, to make sure that the voices of retired officers and pensioners are heard, that decisions are informed by evidence and experience, and that the progress made so far continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Martin. Just a quick note. I know that we've got problems with the conference centre sound system, but is there anything that could be done with the banging on the speakers, as it's a bit distracting? So with that, next, pleased to introduce Andy George. Andy.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. It's genuinely humbling to stand in this room. When I look around, I do not just see retired officers. I see the living history of policing. I see decades of experience, of dedication, of sacrifices that were often invisible to the outside world, but were felt deeply by you and your families. We all know that policing is not just a career. It is not simply a matter of putting on a uniform, clocking in and clocking out. Policing is a vocation. It seeps into your bones. It shapes who you are and how your family lives. It's something you carry long after the uniform is folded away for the last time. When the public think about policing, they often imagine the dramatic moments, the flashing blue lights, the arrests, the court appearances. But those of us who have lived this life know that the true weight of policing is often the unseen sacrifices. It's the birthdays missed, the Christmas mornings spent on shift, the partners left sitting at home with quiet worry, the children who understood early that mum and dad might not always be there when the curtain comes up at the school play. And the cost was not just borne out by you alone. It was carried by families, by husbands and wives who became single parents more often than they expected, by children who learned resilience early, by parents who sat awake long into the night worrying whether you would come home safe. And then, of course, there were the colleagues who did not come home at all. Some who lost their lives in the line of duty, others who survived but carried injuries, some visible, some hidden, that changed their lives forever. So before I go any further, I want to honour you, I want to thank you, and I want to recognise that the policing of this country was built not on slogans or strategies, but on the shoulders of people like you who went out day after day to face uncertainty, danger, hostility and trauma, and who did it because we all believed in something bigger than yourselves. This is the company that I'm proud to stay in today. Now, I know that the National Black Police Association can evoke many different emotions, so rather than just chat about collaboration today, I want to chat about some of the challenges, the experiences and feelings impacting our membership, in the hope that we can inspire you when you go back to your local areas to reach out to some of our members and hopefully get them to come to future conferences. So I want to start with a familiar scene. I want to take you back to the parade room. Your boots are polished, your uniform pressed, you're ready to make a good impression. You walk in and instantly you know you're the only one who looks different. Now, being the new one is something every officer understands. We've all been there, but being the different one, by race, by culture, by background, is a feeling that never fades. It does not lessen over weeks or months. It follows you into every briefing, every canteen break, every locker room. Sometimes it's silence, conversations that pause when you arrive, the subtle change in tone, the glance that lingers too long. Other times it's words, the banter that everyone laughs at, but which leaves you carrying the sting. I remember one officer asking straight-faced, "Andy, when you get into a fight, do you get a white eye instead of a black eye?" The room erupted. I laughed too, to be honest, because that's what you do sometimes in moments like that. But inside I carried it at 20 years old. Another time after returning from holiday, it was the same tired jibe. "You must have been somewhere hot, Andy. Look at that tan." It came every year. To others, it was a harmless joke. To me, it was a reminder that my difference was always the first thing that people would see. These were not one-off comments. They were a steady drip of reminders that I was seen as different first, a colleague second. And like water on stone, those drips wear you down. The truth is, those parade room comments echoed the bullying that I had already received as a boy. The names I'd been called in the street, the taunts I had faced just for existing in the wrong skin. And so you learn to police with two sets of eyes, one out in the public, as every officer must, the other set on your colleagues, scanning for the next comment, the next laugh, the next reminder that you do not fully belong. That constant vigilance is exhausting. That is what it means to carry an extra weight into the parade room, to do the same job as everyone else, but always with an additional burden that no one else can see or feel. So people sometimes say, "But Andy, isn't abuse just part of the job? Haven't we all been shouted at, spat at, threatened?" And yes, every officer has faced hostility, but racism is different. Racism is not about the uniform, it's about identity. It's about saying, not that I hate what you do, it says I reject who you are. It tells you that no matter how many nights you sacrifice, no matter how many times you put yourself in harm's way, no matter how hard you work, you will never truly belong. You will never be seen as British enough, you will never be seen as police officer enough. That is the wound that racism inflicts. Abuse from the public is external. You face it together, your colleagues back you up, and you shrug it off as part of the territory. But racism inside the service is internal. It shows up in promotion boards where you're judged by stereotype, not by record. In postings where opportunities quietly pass you by. In the misconduct system where disproportionality is not a coincidence but a pattern. And here is something that I've learned. Silence is not neutral. When racism goes unchallenged, it does not fade away, it grows. A colleague who makes a joke at parade or a supervisor who overlooks a slur as banter might think they are avoiding conflict. In reality, they are given permission. Silence is permission. And racism is unique among abuses because it strikes at the very heart of belonging. My white colleagues might be shouted at in the street, but no one tells them that they are not British or that they do not belong here. For people who look like me, the message of racism is constant. No matter how loyal, how committed, how embedded we are in this country, we will never truly be accepted as British at times because we are not white. That is why racism cuts so deeply. It attacks the very core of who you are and whether you're allowed to belong. It is identity stripped bare. In many ways, policing reflects society. It shows us what is best: courage, sacrifice, solidarity. But it amplifies what is worst at times: prejudice, exclusion, and silence. And once belonging begins to corrode, the fracture spreads. From the officer who feels isolated, to the team that loses trust, to the service that communities no longer see as theirs. And once that trust unravels, it's painfully hard to win back. So with that in mind, at times some people ask, why did you join policing? Part of the answer lies in my childhood. I grew up around policing. At 10 years old, I knew things children should never need to know. I remember a friend's dad being shot dead through the kitchen window. Another friend's uncle was blown up while driving back from a call at the station. And even my own family felt the impact. My grandfather's garage was blown up twice, simply because it was the only garage in town that served police officers and soldiers. Violence was not a headline to us. It was part of everyday life. And yet, through all of that, I was drawn to policing. I grew up in stories of what policing was really like. My friends' dads, uncles, aunties spoke of their daily adventures in the job. They told stories of long nights, tense calls, and moments of courage, and I was captivated. I learned to see the individuals underneath the uniform. When I heard people speak badly of policing, I thought of people like Erwin, my friend's dad, who played with us in the garden. He was kind and warm. I thought Erwin couldn't be like that. These were not faceless officers to me. They were people I knew, men and women who felt like protectors standing between communities in conflict. So to me, policing became the symbol of bravery, of people stepping forward to protect others at great personal risk. That admiration lodged itself deep in me. I came to understand that my view, though, was not the only one. When I got to the training centre, a Catholic colleague expressed shock at what policing involved. She hadn't realised that you would have to wear a uniform or that you'd be expected to work night shifts. I remember thinking, how do you not know this? Everybody knows this. But over time, I had to accept that not everyone grew up like I did. Surrounded by police families, listening to their stories, watching their courage and sacrifice. I entered policing with advantages others didn't have. I knew the recruitment process because I had people to prepare me. I knew what to expect in training. I had a sense of what life was like on shift. Many others, particularly those from communities historically alienated by police, had none of that. And I also learned that not everyone saw the uniform the way I did. For me, it was a symbol of protection, but for others, particularly in Catholic communities back home and in black communities here in England and Wales, it was a symbol of oppression. I had to unlearn the instinct to see my own perspective as the only perspective. I had to understand that policing is experienced differently depending on where you stand and who you are. That lesson has stayed with me throughout my career. When I first joined, we drove around in armoured Land Rovers, often flying from one smashed window to the next in helicopters, responded to domestic abuse calls with constant awareness of the risks that were outside the door. We worked in areas where hostility was palpable. You felt suspicion, the anger, the threat in the air. But legitimacy changed that. Reform, painful though it was, began to open doors. Communities started to engage, and slowly we could drive into places without armoured convoys. We could walk into neighbourhoods where before we would have been chased out. Officers were safer, not because risks had vanished, but because trust, fragile and partial though it was, had begun to grow. Legitimacy protected officers, and that taught me another vital truth. Policing is not just about strength or resilience. It is about trust, it is about fairness, and it's about legitimacy. Without those, all the armour in the world will never be truly enough. And woven through all of this, of course, is my family, particularly my youngest sister, Victoria. We were only one of about 2 or 3 families in the entire town that we grew up of that were not white. As the eldest in the family, I was the first to be seen in shops, walking home from school, and sometimes in licensed premises. I had to learn lessons that taught me how to be a good police officer. The skill of running fast when you needed to, of learning to de-escalate tense situations to stop somebody wanting to beat you up because of your race, and of course, having to defend yourself and stand your ground when you needed to. I was robust and resilient because I had to be. I had to forge a path for my siblings and take on the burden so they didn't have to. Vicky, though, was different to me. Where I had learned to harden myself, she longed to be loved. Where I had found solidarity in a rugby pitch, she often faced battles alone. As a teenager, she was racially abused and had to cope. She did something heartbreaking, though. She began to join in, calling herself the very names the bullies used to call her. The N-word, the P-word, as if repeating them herself might make them sting less. I remember one night vividly, we pulled up outside a Chinese takeaway. Vicky was supposed to go in and pay, as she had done before many times. But when we pulled up in the car outside the takeaway, she froze. Fear filled her face. Through the window, I could see 2 boys her same age. I asked if they had been bullying her. She nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks. I told her, come with me, and we walked in together. She paid while I stood to the side, staring at those boys, making sure that they knew I recognized them and that she was not alone. They stayed silent, but when I was not there, the abuse continued, and in time, it broke her. Vicky eventually ended up taking her own life in 2010. Racism was not the only factor, but it was part of the burden that she carried. Her loss has never properly left me. It's why I joined policing, to be the protector that she needed. And it's why I now lead as president of the National Black Police Association, to stand up for those who feel they cannot stand up for themselves. That's my personal reason for serving, and that's what continues to drive me today. The lessons I learned in Northern Ireland stay with me every day. I grew up seeing what happens when hate and division are left unchecked, when communities retreat into fear and suspicion, when people see their neighbour not as a neighbour, but as an enemy. And I saw what happens when policing itself becomes part of that division, when a uniform is not seen as protection, but as oppression. That is why I fear some of the rhetoric that we hear in Britain today, the rise in populist language, the easy slogans like woke policing or two-tier policing. These are not harmless words. They sow seeds of division. And if we've learned anything from Northern Ireland, it is that those seeds, once planted, can grow into something far darker and far more dangerous than anyone intends. Policing must hold the line. We must resist being dragged into culture wars. We must ensure fairness and equality for all, not just because it's morally right, but because it's operationally essential. The truth is that we've always tailored our approach to different communities. We run engagement strategies for young people. We create crime prevention campaigns targeted at older people. We even buy tractors and livery them up to engage the rural community more effectively. And nobody has ever written headlines accusing us of bias for doing so. Yet when we mark Black History Month, when we paint cars in pride colours, when we reach out visibly to minority communities, suddenly the criticism comes. Suddenly we are accused of abandoning neutrality, of favouring some groups over others. But let us be clear, this is not favouritism. This is fairness. This is policing by consent. Reaching out to all communities is not woke, it is essential. It makes us effective, not less so. Because trust is not some abstract word. It's the lifeblood of policing. No matter how skilled our detective work is, crimes are rarely solved by forensics alone. They are solved because victims feel able to engage, because witnesses feel safe enough to come forward, because someone hands over a piece of evidence that unlocks the truth. And communities remember what we do in this moment. They will remember whether policing stood up for fairness or whether we bent to the winds of populism. They will remember whether we reached out with courage or shrank back in fear of criticism. This is a moment that calls for strong leadership, for clarity, for the resolve to say policing belongs to everyone. We will not allow division to define us. We will not let culture wars weaken us, because I know from Northern Ireland where hate and division can go. I have seen the devastation that it brings to communities and the danger it creates for officers. And again, this is not a new struggle. In 1967, Norwell Roberts became the first contemporary black officer in the Metropolitan Police Service. That should have been a moment of pride, a landmark in our history. Instead, it was sometimes a story of exclusion and survival. Norwell was openly told by colleagues that he would never finish his probation. He was spat at, mocked and ostracised, not just by the public, but also by fellow officers at times. Imagine stepping into a service you dreamed of joining, only be told from the first day that you didn't belong. And yet, even when he endured that abuse, Norwell was pushed forward as a poster boy for recruitment. He was used as a symbol of progress, while in reality, he was isolated and undermined. His face was on the posters, but his voice was not always heard in the corridors. And more than 50 years on, I fear that we're repeating that same mistakes. We still put diverse faces on recruitment material while failing to build a culture of genuine inclusion. We still focus on numbers without addressing belonging. And we still see black, Asian and minority ethnic officers disproportionately targeted in processes that sometimes drive them out of the service. Today, that often comes through Regulation 12 and 13 notices. We see them used more frequently against officers from minority backgrounds, echoing the same message Norwell was told in 1967, that you will not last. But this history stretches back even further again. In 1837, almost 130 years before Norwell joined the Met, PC John Kent was patrolling the streets of Carlisle. He was Britain's first known black police constable. So let us be clear, black people have been part of policing in Britain for nearly 2 centuries. We've always been here. And yet, what is that reality today? In all those years and nearly 200 years of policing history, we have only ever had one black chief constable. Just one. So when I say that survival is not enough, this is what I mean. Norwell survived, John Kent paved the way, but survival and symbolism are not enough. Colleagues, you know better than anyone that policing cannot stand still. Change is not an optional extra in this job. It is its very nature. Many of you joined when radios were a rarity, when communication meant running to the nearest phone box or hoping someone would hear your whistle. Some of you began your careers before computers, when the height of bureaucracy busting was carbon paper. 1 copy for the file, 1 for the sergeant, and 1 for the court. Even I just about remember those days. And yet everyone adapted. You embraced radios, we've embraced mobile data, body-worn video. You all helped build a service that responded to new challenges and new community problems. That willingness to change is what kept policing alive. We have always embraced innovation, not for its own sake, but because policing is about people. It is about responding to the world as it is today, not clinging to the world as it was yesterday. So I ask you to reflect not just on the technology you saw changing your careers, but on the people. Reflect on your own colleagues, particularly your black and Asian colleagues, your colleagues who carry difference into the parade room. Think about how difficult it must have been for them to do the exact same job you did, but with that extra weight pressing on their shoulders every day. We owe it to them and to those coming after us to ensure that that weight is not passed on. We also cannot ignore that today too many people are leaving policing early. We used to count down our 30 years from day one. The pension was part of the covenant. It gives stability, it gives commitment, it gives people reason to stay. The removal of that, along with pay and erosion, is perhaps the biggest single challenge in policing culture that I've seen, and it has had consequences. Consequences for retention, for morale, and for the very trust between officers and the organisations they serve. Change is not new to policing. You all lived through it, and you made the service stronger by embracing it. But we cannot afford to be selective through change. We cannot embrace technological change whilst resisting cultural change. Fairness and equality are just as necessary as radios and computers once were. They are not extras, they're essentials. So before I close, I just want to thank Steve and Sophie in particular for coming over to Belfast, for reaching out, and for the hospitality last night, for the conversations we shared around the dinner table. They reminded me that while our experiences in policing may sometimes differ, what binds us together is stronger than what sets us apart. And as I stand here today, I cannot finish without thinking again of my sister Vicky. Her story reminds me every day why this work matters. She carried the weight of racism without the support she needed. She felt alone, she felt isolated, and that loneliness was as destructive as the abuse of it itself. The National Black Police Association exists to ensure no one in policing ever feels that way again. We exist so that no officer, no staff member, no child of a police family is left to carry that burden in silence. We exist to be the voice that says, you are not alone, you belong, and this service must belong to you as much as it does everyone else. We are delighted to work with Narpo. We want to work closely with Narpo, and we want to work with every person in this room, because whether we are serving, retired, or somewhere in between, we all deserve a space in policing, a space during our service and a space after it. The foundations that you all built are the ones that we stand on now, and the responsibility of my generation and the generations that will follow is to build on those foundations with fairness, belonging, and accountability. Because policing without fairness is not policing by consent, and policing by consent is not policing at all. That is the legacy that we owe those who came before us, and it's the promise that we must make to those who come after us. So thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you for sharing some very personal experiences with us. I think it's given us all, the response says it all. You've made an impact, you've made your message, gives us all much more food for thought. What we do, even in innocence, can be extremely damaging. So thank you. And so now, Martin, good luck.
Complaining about the running order. I don't know how I'm meant to follow that, so I will do my best. Thank you very much for the invite today. I'm Martin Mizzi. I'm the chair of Lancashire Police Federation. I've only been enrolled for 3 months, so I do feel slightly stitched up by Steve asking me to come here today. I came here today to learn about Narpo and what you do and how I can consider how our future and how we can work together. And here I am on stage presenting about what I've come here to learn about. So I guess that is one good way to make sure that I know all about your organisation. So I've had to watch a conference from last year, read your webpage, and I've had to try and get my head around what I've let myself in for. So I've been asked to speak about collaboration between the Police Federation and Narpo, just to set expectations of the level of my input. I'm one of those people that's a doer. Although I'm responsible for the strategic vision of Lancashire Federation, I'm bound by the strategic vision set by our headquarters and people a lot smarter than myself. So my input today is going to be more on a tactical level, how we can improve things from my perspective as someone on the ground, someone who works alongside cops who are working locally. So I'm just going to start just a bit about myself, just so you understand where I'm coming from. I've got 22 years in the police service, been in Lancashire for around 18 years. Before that, I was started in the Met. I'm on countdown to joining Narpo. 7 years, 6 months, 7 days, 2 hours, and 54 minutes. I had to work that out for today. I know some officers I work alongside do know their leaving time to the minute, but I'm not one of them. Policing to me is still an amazing job, and I still love it. If anything, the last 3 months for me have been a strange time. I never thought I'd leave operational policing. I left what we call response investigation, where I was an inspector, managing unbelievably high workloads whilst overseeing development and training of young keen officers. You know you're getting old when most officers appear very young. But these officers are dedicated and committed
working in challenging circumstances to deliver top quality service. But now I'm privileged to be able to dedicate all of my time to the welfare and support of Lancashire cops. And I'm obviously privileged enough to be asked to speak here or fill up the slot, and as Mr. President has already said, to fill up the slot. I won't go into loads of details about the Federation, but as chair, my role is to engage and support with the 95% of our members who don't need one-to-one support. We have a team of reps who will spend all of their time dealing with those on discipline or needing specialist welfare support. Reading your webpage, I don't believe you accept anyone who's been sacked. So as someone who doesn't deal very much with that side of the Federation, my role is one which crosses over nicely with your aims and objectives. Nationally, the Federation has been on a journey over the last 3 years or so, restructuring from the centre with the appointment of a new CEO. This has changed the government structure and the focus within the Federation. Our main aim is to get back to being the one clear voice for all of our members. Copped Enough campaign is in full motion, fighting not only for pay, but to show the reality behind the badge. 21% worse off in real terms since 2010 in pay. A third of officers struggling to afford food, rent or heating. 32 officers violently assaulted every day, and the numbers are rising. We have a mental health crisis in policing, which I'll come on to. On my slide, there is a Copped Enough logo at the bottom. I don't know if that's going to pop up. There you go. If you're techie, there's a QR code on there. But please, can I just ask you, as most of you ex-police officers, people that support in policing, if you go onto our webpage, there is a virtual picket line. The picket line is there. It's not just about pay. This is about the full conditions that our police officers are facing day in, day out. We need the public support on that campaign, and your support will be greatly received as joining that picket line. A lot of my time is about building relationships with the crime commissioners, MPs, chief constables, collectively to lobby government. From what's been said this morning, that's some of your key aims as well. I'm not going to go into much about that today. Another key area for the Police Federation is that policing must gain more public trust and confidence. We have to have the public behind our cops, supporting them, seeing what amazing officers they are and what jobs they're doing day in, day out to keep communities safe. An area of work I'm doing, as well as every chair nationally, is how I support Lancashire Constabulary and our police officers to increase public confidence and trust in the police. This is an interesting topic as I stand in front of hundreds of members of the public who I hope are supporters of policing. I have no clear vision for this yet, and I'm still working on it, but as we work on collaboration and how the Federation and Narpo can work together, it seems that this is an area where Narpo could most certainly support and influence as we move forward. So locally, how do I support Lancashire colleagues, and what is a significantly demanding role? It's not like it's not a job like it was back in my day, and that's how I feel with 22 years in. Looking around the room, I suspect a good proportion of you simply wouldn't recognise the job it is today. Numbers of officers are right cut back. Single crewing covering miles on your own. Workloads have increased by 32% since 2015. Computer systems being brought in to modernise policing have increased time it takes to submit reports and files. 17,752 cops went off sick over the last year due to stress, depression, anxiety, post-traumatic distress. In Lancashire, that was 408 officers. 1 in 5 have symptoms consistent with either post-traumatic stress or complex PTSD. Every officer, same as many of you here today, will see or has seen 400 to 600 traumatic events. Most members of the public will see 3 or 4 in their lifetime. We work closely with Oscar Kilo, who are presenting shortly. I hope I've not stolen Mr. Rhodes' thunder with some of these figures. I still can't quite call him Andy, as I know he was my chief constable for quite a good number of years. It was a privilege to work under someone who was so welfare focused in the way he looked after his staff. We also work closely with the police treatment centres I know Patrick was here earlier today. I'm not sure if he's still here at the minute. We work with the police, North West Benevolent Fund. There are other treatment centres obviously available, but these are the two up here covering my area that I work with, so I don't want to seem like I'm cutting people out. This ensures officers get the right physical support, physios, etc., but more significantly, increasing mental health support. Both the PCT and the Lancashire Benevolent Fund, St Michael's Lodge, I'm sure you aware, accept membership from retired officers. Just plug in two amazing charities that we work with. I'd just like to thank you also for the invite to last night's dinner. What struck me about last night is the banter, laughter and conversations. Stories of the past being told by those who understand. Yes, last night was mainly about funny stories, maybe some life on Mars stories, which I can't repeat and wouldn't be accepted in modern policing. But it was about sharing with people who understand. Maybe not yesterday, but there are times with trauma where trauma is talked about in a safe environment with people who understand, because we've all been there. They know what it's like to do CPR on a 2-week-old baby. That was the last time I did CPR. What it's like to see people die. The grief on the families afterwards. What it's like to honestly believe you're going to die as you're hit or overpowered. Some of the work I'm starting to look at the minute is how we help cops to have time to debrief and chat to colleagues, spend time to coming to terms with what they've seen. Early conversations with other cops who can relate to what they've seen or dealt with before more formal support is required. Collaboration with other key organisations such as Oscar Kilo, but trauma doesn't end the day you hand back your warrant card. I've heard time and time again the same story. Just only a couple of weeks ago, I was chatting to a colleague I've known for years. He's just seen the chief, had his handshake in brew. He said to me, it's going to be such a weird feeling handing over his warrant card for the last time, to walk out and be a civilian. 30 years of such a large part of your identity and purpose gone. A feeling I'm sure many of you can relate to. For some, finding the new you is a lot easier than for others. But what is clear is that you don't leave the trauma behind when you hand in your warrant card. Having an organisation like Narpo that's there for you is so important. And I do want to offer my gratitude on behalf of my members for the work and dedication that clearly many of you are putting into the management and modernisation of Narpo. I hope many, if not all, of my members will become your members of the future. This is where collaboration comes into it. As I said, I'm 7 years off retirement, and I'm not counting down. I hadn't heard of Narpo before this conference came up in my diary, and I had to Google it just to get my head around what it was. Yes, I'm probably too far off retirement to be your target audience, but there is work that can be done to ensure all police officers retiring are aware of Narpo and the services that you offer. National level collaboration is good and needed, and I know there is work ongoing with Steve and his team, but local branch level is the key for me. As you know, the Federation has access to over 140,000 cops, pretty much everyone who is retiring. Building personal relationships with local Narpo branches is so important, but this can also have its challenges. I was just at lunch deciding whether to take the next section out, and I'm going to leave it in, and I just want to put a caveat on it that I didn't read your resolutions before they were read out. So please just take this as my thoughts and not in support either or for of the resolutions that's gone on. You'll understand as I go through. Currently the Federation is broken up into 43 constabulary-based branches, 43 chairs, 43 offices and our headquarters. The Federation is heavily linked at a regional level, and we meet and work as a region, but mainly on the larger issues and matters that are on the national agenda. My understanding of Narpo is that there is a regional lead, but in Lancashire has 4 Narpo branches. This event has been really good for me to meet some of those leads and look at how we can be better linked in. Also, just forgive me if some of these details is slightly off. As I say, I'm only 3 months in to my role. The challenge is how I link in with Narco on a Lancashire footprint, and then for this to occur in every branch. I suspect that branches who have a close working links with Narpo are due to those relationships with those Fed reps. Conversations on this topic will continue, but for me, it's about building relationships up and simply having a brew and having conversations about mutual support that can be offered, and some of that being on a Lancashire footprint. As a branch, we support you financially already. I'm not sure how many other branches do the same, but we pay the first year's subscriptions for Narpo members for any eligible officers leaving our force. This gives them a link into Narpo and for them to seek support where needed. Last night, the first question I actually asked was, please don't take away the subs. I only found out a few days ago that we actually do pay the subs, and just to say, it's not on the agenda at all to be looked at. I think it's a really good link, and I want to keep that link going. The bigger question that seems to be asked is, what do Narpo actually offer? Today has been really helpful for me, but dare I say it, if until today I wasn't fully aware of what you offer, there will be other chairs around the country and branch staff that are in the same position as me. I come back to my earlier point. Brews and personal face-to-face relationships here are key. Federation staff need to understand exactly what can be offered at a local level, as well as on the national footprint. Do all Narpo branches offer the same services? That's not for me to answer, but it's something that's been raised to me as I've asked around nationally around what I'm going to put into this talk. My staff offering your membership to officers without fully understanding what it does will not always achieve the best outcomes. The Federation, and especially the chairs, are always doing events engaging with officers. We do roadshows and engagement events. A lot of our partners join us on these events. The PCT, Northwest Benevolent Fund, mortgage advisors, financial advisors, Police Mutual, group insurance, the list goes on. And my apologies, because I most likely have missed one of our key partners on this. But the question again I raise is, should Narpo be present? You would always be welcome to join me on any of these events. As a branch, we host pre-retirement seminars. We support pretty much every officer through ill health retirement. Officers that most could definitely do with the additional support as they leave. There will be so many other ways that we can work and collaborate together. Thinking on my feet, and my apologies if this has already been discussed, because it may well have been, but as I was listening to the inputs this morning, it just came to me about whether you sponsor any awards and whether that's something you should consider. Me personally, as the chair, we sponsor a few awards, our Excellence Awards, a one-year award ceremony in Lancashire. We sponsor 2 awards at that event. And yes, for me, they're my members, so we want to financially contribute that nominal fee to show our gratitude for the officers. But also what it does for me is it puts me on the stage in front of hundreds of officers. It puts Lancashire Federation logos on the wall, and it's recognised. And it just occurred to me that maybe that's something that you could consider. It's not a massive outlay of cost, but what it does is puts Narpo's name and Narpo's agenda in front of police officers who are a few years away from retirement, who wouldn't even be thinking about yourselves. But I shall leave that with you. Obviously, I've written this speech before listening to today's inputs, so this may have been covered again this year. But just so you know, I have watched the last year's conference and listened to Steve talk about the 3 strands. Focus on the last 2, external advertising. There are lots of avenues that the Federation can work with you on this. Better use of literature and advertising for us to use. These can be used at our Federation offices and in our internal campaigns. Social media, we had a good input on that earlier, so some of this will be crossing over. I have a mixed view on social media, if I'm honest. It can be a dangerous place, but it also brings a lot of benefits. Lancashire Federation has a good following of police officers retired and serving. You'll see a photo of me up here on our socials shortly, and what I'm doing today promoting, we're linked into Narpo. There are other events I'm aware that we've been to with Narpo, and that hasn't been a consideration for us, and I think that is a piece of work that we can do, is getting more linked in and shared social medias. And the third strand, collaboration and partnerships. Hopefully me standing here is a sign that we are progressing. Here in Lancashire, the door is open. I look forward to conversations around special events and mutual support we can offer each other. Whilst I know you've been working with the Fed for years, I've been the chair, as I said, for 3 months. So what I'd like to see is what we can achieve over the next 12 months and what ways of collaboration and working we can bring together and implement. For those of you in the room from Lancashire, my door is open to ideas. I most definitely do not have all the ideas. I'm more looking forward to working together with you to see how we can support each other. Ultimately, we're all here to support cops and each other, serving or retired. We are one family, and we must look after each other. Thank you.
Again, thank you, Martin, coming at short notice, as you have, and interesting. And what you said, you haven't been briefed by us before, but you said very much what we've been saying, you know, to meet locally with your local federation, you know, politicians, chief constables, senior constables. It all works. And it works better at a local level than trying to do it at national level and then filtering it down. So it does make sense. We do need to move on, unfortunately, but on behalf of all the delegates here, thank you all for your input, which has been most useful. Andy, just a second. All the best. Thanks for coming. Safe journey back.
Thank you.
And safe to you. Cheers. Right, so we'll move on straight away to the Covenant and Oscar Kilo. It's Andy Rhodes, as you just learned, if you didn't know, was the Chief Constable here in Lancashire. So, where is he? He's over there. Welcome, Andy. It's a good one to follow.
Thanks very much for inviting me here today. Blackpool is my hometown. I was a little terror around this town when I was a teenager, and if we had national crime recording standards when I was a kid, I've always reflected on the fact that I probably wouldn't be stood here today talking to you, because some of those minor things that I used to do would now be on the crime reports and creating a lot of this bureaucracy. And I started in Blackpool, and it's been really nice actually, because I've bumped into some colleagues that I worked with back in the day who are volunteering here today. Tutor constables, people like that helped me in my first days on the beat in Blackpool before I moved on elsewhere, but served several ranks down here. And the police station has sadly been pulled down, even though it was an asbestos-ridden hell. One of the things that I think, and I talked to Alan about this a lot around the police covenant, which I'm going to touch on, is the social connection side of policing. And speakers have very eloquently just talked about that. Has been eroded in the workplace over the years for lots of different reasons, costs being one of them. You know, the police station bar at Blackpool was a legendary place where not everything that went on there was politically correct, but what we did do, as Martin's just talked about, is we debriefed stuff. We didn't know we were doing it, really, and it was a real asset at the time. Police canteens are the same. You know, I think we've got 5 left in Lancashire. So we've gone to less police stations, and, you know, there's people turning out of the new police station at Blackpool, which I have to say, you know, that was a huge investment for us, and a lot of effort went into the colour scheme and all this sort of stuff. And the one thing that actually everyone talked about was car parking, right? Because if you were at Blackpool and you had to park your car, you went into the underground garage. If you were on earlies, which was 6 a.m. then, you had to leave your handbrake off, because it was like a game of Tetris, moving car. And you come out at 2 o'clock or whatever, and your car would be stuffed into a concrete pillar or something like that, you know. Or you had to park down the back streets and, you know, hope somebody you hadn't arrested saw your car and took your wing mirrors off. So my point being is social connection is what Narpo does. You're the biggest organisation that supports people after they've given the life to police service, and quite often social connection is something that we take for granted when we're in the job, and we lose it sometimes when we leave. And I'm going to talk about leavers. I'm going to talk about the sensitive issue of suicide. Alan and Steve have asked me to touch on what we're doing about suicide nationally, and that is a sensitive subject. Andy's very courageously talked about his own personal experience of suicide. Most of us in this room will have been touched by it at one point in our lives, but social connection is so important. So, National Police Wellbeing Service, what do? We're a very small gang of people. We sit inside the College of Policing and we give advice, we set standards, we provide services. We have a fleet of 12 vehicles that are fully equipped with health equipment to do health checks. They rotate around the force, do health checks. They forward deploy to big policing operations 35% of the time, or if we sadly lose a colleague in service, they will deploy to funerals and things like that. They're a place of respite, but they're also places to do health checks. And when I had them, we first had them in Lancashire, I remember it's usually men, surprisingly, who don't want to get health checks, right? And busy people, you have to take these vans to where they work on shifts. And I remember it was once based at Preston, and the van was placed between the back door and where the police response vehicles were, and in between that was a cup of tea and a cake to lure people in for a health check. And we had police officers whose blood pressure was so high, just deploying to a job, they had to go to A&E. We had police officers in the van in a private area, we've got secure areas, talking to one of the force trauma therapists, disclosing suicide ideation on the way to a job. So the speakers beforehand, everybody in this room knows that people carry an emotional and psychological burden. And one of the things that drives me around wellbeing, always has, yes, there's a cost issue. Yes, there is always the business case for wellbeing that people talk about. We need to reduce those costs of all those people who are being made unwell through different aspects of the work. But the one thing that you cannot put a price on is compassion. And in our national survey that we've done of over 40,000 staff, we look at burnout. We look at a range of things. And the burnout rate on this year's survey is 45% compared to the NHS at 30%. One of the questions that we ask is, do you struggle to empathise with victims of crime, your colleagues and your family, if you are exhausted? And there is a high return rate on people saying, yes, I do. We've all walked up garden paths, knocked on doors, we've told people things that awful things in their hour of need, supported victims. They need us to be compassionate. It's the defining thing about British policing. And we can't do that if people are exhausted and what have you. So I'm going to talk about the police covenant. The demographics are changing fast, folks. So leavers are leaving a lot earlier in service, you know this. A lot more people are not staying beyond 5 years. There's a change in turnover rate in British businesses, full stop. The average turnover rate in all industries in the UK is 34%. That means 34% of staff are turning over every 12 months. So we've always been at 3%, which is people like me who did 30 years and then left. It's actually the retirement rate was 3%. It's now getting up to sort of 6% because a lot more people who are joining aren't staying. And our survey asked people, are you actively seeking employment elsewhere? And we're talking about 22% of people report that they are actively looking to leave even though they're still serving. So that does challenge the whole notion of what we're talking about in terms of leavers, a changing demographic. So the police covenant, and sometimes it feels like, you're breathing life into this. Someone's mentioned CPR before, and I thought, I feel like that sometimes. I do believe in the police covenant. I helped the Federation push this really hard, and I think quite rightly. The Armed Forces have had one for many years. We've worked with the Armed Forces team. They're a really helpful gang of people. They've got tons of funding behind them, which we haven't. But the ethos of a covenant is that the country, whatever government is in, should pay due regard and value the physical safety and the psychological safety of serving officers, staff, their families and those who've left. And in this country, we do not do that well enough at all. When you serve in, there is actually, there's a lot of services around you now when you serve in. Better than it used to be, but there's still a long way to go. But in terms of when you transition out into retirement, we do not have as much in place. You are the big organisation that does effort in that area. So the police covenant is enshrined in royal assent, and every year the Home Secretary, whoever that might be, whatever political hue, has to present a report to Parliament saying what they've done about the police covenant. And that focuses minds. And at the moment with the police reform agenda, we have eventually managed to land that this thing needs proper investment and time and effort. But so far, Alan and his team have been really vocal on wanting to get a seat round the table of the Police Covenant Oversight Board, which is chaired by the Police Minister, can often have the Home Secretary on it, and eventually they've agreed, which is great news. So you have got a seat round the table as the biggest organisation representing retired officers, which is good news. What have we done so far? So within our existing budget, we've started to create some resources that forces can use to help with what we call the flight path out. Generally speaking, pre-retirement has been about, there's a lot of financial services available to people, which is useful. But what we've never done, unlike the armed forces, is help people get employment. And on some of the research we've done, something like 85% of officers who are serving at the moment say they intend to work until the state retirement age. And for some people, you're talking 15, 16 years. So we want people to be economically active. But in the people that I spoke to pre-retirement, they were very anxious about what am I going into? What can I earn? Am I going to be valued? So it is a big part of feeling valued, that period where you leave, as well as psychological transition out. So we started doing products that forces can use and encouraging forces to be more structured around that flight path out. And the good ones are starting to do that a lot more. But the employment side of things, I know again, Narpo are looking very closely and working very closely with employment systems to get this more structured. In the armed forces, there's a very clear gateway where you're provided with support, training, and even funding to train to get qualified for, and employers are matched up on the outside of that gateway. So early days for us, but this is one service that we've been looking closely at. Somebody called Dr. Kerry Jones, who's been in a lot of psychological transition in policing for various different ranks across policing, from chief officers to constables over the years. And we're trying to get something physical in place where we can let people be signposted to. And there are forces in the country, 2 or 3, that have been piloting this in a very small way so far. But we're putting this forward to the government, the Police Leavers platform. There are other people doing this sort of thing, but this is just one I'm using as an example. This is somewhere where you could go and you could find that support, lots of different resources on there, and it would actually help. Our vision for this type of service is that you would actually be able to pick and choose from the different employment options you've got without having to do the trial and error. There will be plenty of people in this room who've had to do trial and error, right, when they've left policing. And that shouldn't have to be the case. We need to reduce that. So it's looking really good. There's a great feature in it where you can put in your police credentials, your police service, and it'll translate that into a commercially viable CV, a LinkedIn profile. And, LinkedIn will charge people several hundreds of pounds for this sort of stuff. So, again, it could save you a lot of money and be really useful. So the whole essence of what the police covenant is trying to achieve is to make people feel valued, generally valued, for the service they've given to their country. And our survey says that people do not feel valued. The real positives in it that say that a high percentage of people feel their work is very purposeful, it makes a difference, they've got the skills to do the job, very good stuff around team, at the team level. but they do not feel that their country really values the work that they do 24/7 to protect people. And, you know, I've felt that some days, quite frankly, because, you know, the scrutiny that police is under every day of the week, you know, the stuff that goes on social media, the narrative out there about policing can seem very negative. You know, it used to be the case, I don't know, when I was younger in service and I went away on holiday with my wife and kids, that, you know, if you were sat around with people who said, what do you do? You'd say, oh, you know, I'm a police sergeant at Blackpool. It'd be a real topic of interesting oh, was it great? Like a, you know, interesting job, the police, isn't it? You know, and sort of now, I would think that people may not say that as quickly in a group of strangers. And that's a sad thing, because that is not where this country wanted to get to. When you look across the pond, we do a lot of work in Oscar Kilo with Canadians, Australians, US law enforcement, even Middle East, etc. Particularly in the States, you know, veterans are highly regarded, military, police veterans. The term veteran means something, yeah, and it doesn't yet mean something in this country. And that's something that Police Covenant should have at the forefront of its mind. I'm going to talk now about just a couple of slides on suicide. We're playing catch up with this in policing, really. So we've worked very closely with, particularly the paramedics. We represent policing on the Royal Foundation's Blue Light Together group, which is an amazing group of people inspired by the Prince of Wales. When he came back from his military service, he flew air ambulance, and he was getting out of the air ambulance and seeing all our lot, dealing with things that he would say, you know, it was like almost like a war zone at some of the things he was seeing. And yet they all sort of just went back off, got a Greg's pie and went back to Nick, and just sort of soaked it all up. And he wanted passionately to do something about that, and he does believe in this stuff. And one of the things we picked up through that was the paramedics' sort of journey around mental health crisis and suicide. We've got a really good group in policing, chaired by British Transport Police, ACC, Charlie Doyle, who collects open source information about how many suicides we have. And we generally tend to have, with serving officers, between 24 and 28 a year. And we have, not far off that, a similar number of police staff. So that's a significant number. It's, in terms of retired officers, it's very difficult to get that data, and we need to improve that. And we've been talking to Alan about how we can work with Narpo and other organisations to improve that with the Chief Medical Officer. But from his figures, we're talking about 14 or 15 retired officers that we believe sadly take their own lives. But that is probably not a true figure, because that's what we pick up through open source sort of coroner's data and stuff like this. So we stood up 2 months ago, we commissioned it, Oscar Kilo, a 24/7 mental health crisis line. We use the same expert providers that the ambulance and fire service use, but it's bespoke for policing. The call handlers are therapists. They are trained by us in police language, police systems and police information. And we have been getting calls to that line in the numbers that higher numbers than we expected actually since it started. So we're already starting to see the benefit of that, and we can help people, point them in the right direction to support at that level of need. And the information we're getting back is totally confidential, but the themes that are coming through are very important to help us focus. This is an important, I think, you know, there is a lot of myth and narrative out there around suicide that is unhelpful sometimes. For people in this room, we have all attended multiple suicides in our service. We understand the tragedy and the loss it leaves behind, and that makes us a very, very unique group of people. The Samaritans who worked with us, who interviewed a lot of police officers, said, you have got quite a unique perspective on suicide that is even more complex to deal with as an employer. So we've got to recognise that. 2/3 of people who die by suicide are not in touch with mental health services. I was struck by one of your awards last night for somebody who was basically helping out with coffee mornings, you know, grabbing hold of people and reaching out and saying, come and talk, speak, don't feel like you're on your own and isolated. People are not always in touch with mental health services. Only 1/3 are who die by suicide. So I'm skipping through now because I can see I've got 1 minute and 8 seconds left there. But what we've done is, you know, I've gone and presented to all the chiefs. We need to take this seriously. A good friend and colleague of mine, a chief constable, lost his life to suicide literally a week after he retired. I'd met him a couple of months before and had a coffee with him in Manchester. This can touch anybody. And so there is a great deal of commitment about this, but I think people need to know what to do and how to deal with it. So the Samaritans have been a fantastic outfit for us to work with. We started off with postvention because in the aftermath of a suicide, we need to get that right because these can lead to clusters. We've got lots of support in place, training courses now around how to get better at this. I'll personally give advice to a chief constable who's experienced a suicide in the force, particularly around that postvention and learning. And what we're trying to do is get better at recording data. So the chief medical officer will be proposing to chief constables that he requires a report after every in-service suicide to be sent to him so that we can collate the information faster, more effectively, we can learn from it, and we'll bring experts in like the Samaritans to look at those themes and how do we start getting better at prevention, learning from some of those sad losses. So we are doing a lot in this space, and we're doing self-assessments for forces, and we're starting to feed all this through into government policy about what employers should do. Because I'll just finish with this one because I think it's an important point. It's not every time that we lose a colleague to suicide is it entirely due to the nature of their work. It is down to other things as well. But my point is you cannot rule out the nature of the work because people's cups are very full of trauma, stress, fatigue, all these things, debt. These are all drivers that lead people into mental health crisis. And so if people get divorced, they go into debt and relationships. It's not one single issue that contributes to it, and we should take responsibility for that as a service. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. I know that for many, many, many years now, you have led the police service in many ways on health, mental health and welfare. And we're also very grateful for the tremendous support you gave to ensure that we did become members of the Covenant Oversight Board. So thank you. So let us move on. The next item on the agenda is Resolution 2 in the name of Birmingham. Is that proposed? Seconded? Thank you. Sorry, just before you do start, Joe, I should have said those speakers who wish to speak on behalf to support the motion should sit to my right, your left, and those against the chairs against on my left, your right. There is a sign. Okay, sorry, Joe.
Well, Mr. President, delegates, apologies for the graveyard shift. Good afternoon. My name is Joe Tilsley. I'm the Birmingham Branch Secretary, and I speak on behalf of the Birmingham Branch. Our resolution and the explanatory note is set out on page 20. What we are seeking to achieve is an improvement in our existing audit process, and it is not a criticism of the existing post holder. This resolution seeks to empower you and the 100,000 members that we represent. However, it will still be the NEC that appoints an internal auditor, though of course we want that person independent of the NEC. We are not seeking the appointment of a professional auditor on any form of mega salary. Your branches contain many outstanding candidates with the necessary financial, personal and political skills to undertake the role. And in my own region, I know a number of individuals carrying out Narpo treasurer roles who have all the necessary skills. And our resolution also gives the NEC freedom to appoint a non-Narpo professional if the directors feel that is more appropriate. At the present time, the NEC appoints their own internal auditor. But as you are all aware, we do not have sight of any of the reports or recommendations that he makes. Neither does he attend conference to provide any form of update, and you do not have the opportunity to ask any questions. That cannot be right in an organisation with a turnover over £5 million a year. A great deal of money is being spent by the NEC, and none of us should be embarrassed about asking for reassurance that sound financial practices are in place and that all risks are being identified and mitigated against. And many of you will have roles in various sporting clubs, charities, the Freemasons, and a whole raft of other organisations. In how many of those organisations in which you are involved is there not some form of internal audit which is totally independent from the Treasurer? We say it is not fair to appoint an auditor from the NEC to audit the NEC finances. We say that places the existing post holder in an almost impossible position. Just to simply say, we have never had a problem is not good enough. Without an effective internal audit, we don't know if we have a problem or that our funds might be at risk due to inferior internal controls. And our resolution seeks to deal with two major potential issues. And firstly, that of proper financial safeguards. Now, many of you will know that I became the then Deputy General Secretary of Narpo at Wakefield back in 2002. Blimey, where did those years go? Two of our then senior officers had just been suspended for financial impropriety. I should stress I took over from one of those officers. They were not NEC members, but they were the General Secretary, as it was then, and the Deputy General Secretary. And the existing audit arrangements 23 years ago had not identified the financial problems. In 1997, I was then the chairman of the West Midlands Police Benevolent Fund and our private medical scheme. We discovered a fraud going back several years, carried out by a much-loved office manager. Even the professional auditors had not been able to chase down the fraud. In the last few months, we've had examples from the IPA and a local federation branch board near to the West Midlands that have detected potential breaches of their financial safeguards. Just because no malpractice currently exists is no excuse not to ensure that moving forward the association is as financially watertight as it can possibly be. Now, secondly, and maybe even more importantly than safeguarding the money, we want an NEC that is happy to have all its financial transactions put under the microscope. We want an internal auditor that will identify potential risks, someone prepared to highlight any defective practices and indeed question procurement and expenses policies. Our resolution is very clear. The new internal auditor will be producing reports with recommendations, as well as providing an annual report for each conference. And we very much hope that person would attend conference and answer any questions you might have. Can I say the Birmingham branch is very grateful to many branches across the country, and I thank each and every one of you for the support that you've already given to our resolution, especially the Staffordshire branch. They had put forward a helpful and constructive amendment, which sadly the NEC then declined to accept, and I'm sure the NEC will explain the reason for that in a moment. I would just make this one point. There is nothing to fear from this Birmingham resolution. It has been put forward in a spirit of cooperation and respect in terms of the current arrangements. We simply say that just because we have always carried out our processes in such a way, it's no reason to carry on with such a policy. Today, delegates, can I invite you to support this resolution with an overwhelming vote in favour? We don't want to see the resolution pass with 51%, and of course we need 66% to actually make a rule change. We'd like to see it pass, dare I say it, with 100% support. We believe it's the right thing to do, and we trust that given time, the NEC will accept that independent internal audit is essential. We want each NEC director to understand their legal responsibility to ensure Narpo governance is satisfactory. Those Narpo directors are representing you, and even more importantly, our 100,000 members, and we believe they would be behind this resolution. Thank you so much for your time. Cheers.
Is the seconder wish to, is the seconder wish to speak or reserve the post? Right. Do you wish to speak, Don? You want to? Sorry? Yeah, there's one there, but there's Don there. Do you want to come now? And I'll take. It's just he's sitting on his own.
Good afternoon, Conference. Don Ratcliffe from London Branch. I'd ask you to support the Birmingham resolution. Since incorporation, I've come to the view that the association has taken a turn in the wrong direction, with board members sworn to secrecy and board minutes edited in such a fashion that ordinary members have little or no idea what was discussed. In my view, there is a distinct lack of transparency within the governance arrangements of the company. You will all recall Branch Circular 8 of 2025, which drew our attention to the duty of board members to act in the best interests of the company and to exercise independent judgment. In other words, although elected from a region, once they become board members, their allegiance transfers to the company and not their electorate. The resolution put forward by Birmingham Branch simply seeks to set in place what you would expect to see within any company. In fact, you might also have expected this change to have come from management rather than from a branch. Have we reached the stage where there's an expectation that it is the responsibility of branches to put forward suggestions to changes within our company? But then again, this might be part of the mantra that following incorporation, nothing will change. I am surprised that 1 year on, no review of governance has taken place. Current strategies that we have in place cover membership, welfare and pensions, nothing else. And that other than a rewrite and a different cover, these have not changed significantly since incorporation. 2 years ago in this very hall, my branch put forward a proposal that Narpo should have a written business plan, which unfortunately was turned down by delegates. Perhaps what we've heard today about a strategic plan is an acceptance that something must now be done, but I remain sceptical. We currently have an internal auditor who reviews NEC expenditure, but he is an NEC member. This resolution seeks to add the element of independence to this process so that an increased level of transparency is established, allowing members to see exactly what is going on within their association. Please support the resolution.
Hello Conference, my name is Chris Lewis and I'm the Secretary of the Warwickshire Branch and I wish to speak for the motion. Our President, in his excellent address this morning, described us as a professional and progressive organisation. Richard Atkinson, on the subject of finance, said, "We must try to be as transparent as possible." Bernard Seymour, on the issue of strategy and strategic plans, said, "We have to create transparency. We have a duty to manage the company effectively." In that context, I say this: surely it's in everybody's interest to have an independent internal auditor. Why wouldn't you want it? Transparency and accountability means we have nothing to lose, but we've got everything to gain. Interestingly, in the conference programme, we have the Narpo mission statement. And the Narpo mission statement concludes by saying this: every day we strive to improve our services, improve the lives of our members, and positively impact society around us. In the context of transparency and accountability, I conclude by asking you to support the Birmingham resolution and keep in mind the spirit of that mission statement. Thank you.
Just before you break, if I may, I'll ask Kevin Moore to speak on behalf of the NEC, and then you. Right, Mike?
A number of devices have run out of power.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm Kevin Moore, number 5 Region NEC Board Member. I am appearing before you on behalf of the NEC, asking you to reject the motion, or the resolution, sorry. In doing so, I'm going to introduce to you a number of concerns that we have with the resolution and reasons why you should therefore reject it. This seems to have been instigated as a result of fundamental misunderstanding of budget setting processes. This is reflected in this resolution and also in many of the questions and comments made at successive conferences in recent times when the annual accounts have been presented. For a number of years, the reports have shown the budgets of Narpo HQ has been exceeded. The setting of budgets is something of an arbitrary process, almost finger in the air stuff. A budget deficit does not necessarily mean a financial loss. These budgets have in the past been too conservative. No adjustments were made, even though they were consistently shown to be in arrears year on year, thus demonstrating this very point. This has now been rectified at the NEC board meeting held in Ipswich this year, with more realistic budget figures being set. As regards those occasions where losses are actually recorded, these can often be explained as one-off situations. For example, this past year's account still bears costs related to incorporation. These will no longer be relevant going forward. Therefore, if these costs are removed, the overall profit and loss figures would show a positive surplus of £46,622 rather than the deficit shown in those accounts. The NEC appreciate that a note of explanation for some of these items would be helpful in the future and are actively considering how best to achieve this. The resolution refers to an external audit of NEC and Narpo HQ expenditure, but does not provide details as to the levels or extent of this process, even in the explanatory note. Who decides what the terms of reference for any audit should be? If it is to be decided by the NEC and or the CEO, how independent would this actually be? Therefore, what you, Conference, are being asked to vote for, to me, is not sufficiently clear. The work levels involved could be considerable. Leading on from this, the costs involved in employing external auditors could be considerable dependent on the extent of the audit or review. What the resolution appears to be doing is asking you, Conference, to commit to a course of action which is not clear and may be very expensive, and for what real reason? Will such action be worth the cost? If you have a look at the public sector audit appointments methodology for calculating the value of fee variations, this uses a rate card with hourly rates for different levels of audit staff. Examples of this are partner director, £428, this is per day, £236 for senior managers or manager, senior auditor £153 and any other staff £117. This is a daily rate of something between £936 and £1,224 plus travelling expenses. That, to my mind, is an eye-watering sum. Now I came to a really important point. Crucially, Narpo is now a limited company and therefore is one organisation. It is not a case of us branches and them HQ/NEC. Therefore, this resolution is legally flawed to differentiate between the NEC and HQ finances and that of branches. This would increase the cost considerably and could question the workings and independence currently enjoyed by branches. So bearing in mind, conference, you need to be careful what you consider voting for. It could be a case of turkeys voting for Christmas. Irrespective of the negative comments in the explanatory note, there is already a rigorous internal audit process in place, and this includes looking at procurement in relation to issues involving achieving value for money. In addition, the current processes are very intrusive over expenditure and claims of every individual NEC member.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you sum up? Because time is up, please.
In conclusion, I contradict what has been said by the proposer of this motion. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Applies in my personal opinion. The current accounting process is already the subject of considerable scrutiny through the current systems and also through the presentation of accounts at the annual conference. Okay, therefore, I urge you, conference, to reject the resolution.
Mike?
Mr. Chairman, delegates, I'm Michael Kozam, Treasurer of the Staffordshire branch. You'll be pleased to hear that I've reduced what I was going to say to you today because it's been covered by a number of other speakers. Joe Tilsley mentioned a number of previous cases of other police-related or retirement or organisations and matters to do with Narpo where there has been financial misconduct. And there have been a number of others in the public service or in the public sector in the UK over the last couple of years. A particularly serious case I'd like to draw to your attention was that of the University of Dundee, which in 2024 required a £22 million government bailout. Now, the report into that failure, which was published in June of this year, listed the main causes as poor financial management, inadequate management and reporting, poor financial judgment, I should say, and then weak governance in relation to financial accountability. And that these causes were also compounded by reportedly overconfident style of leadership and management, lack of transparency, and a culture in which challenge was discouraged. Now, although this was a particularly serious case, we must not assume that costly misjudgments could not happen to Narpo in the future. Now, turning to the question of transparency, the transparency of our central financial decision-making, well, this is impossible to determine, because already alluded to, the minutes of NEC meetings are essentially a record of decisions. They generally do not make it clear how the decisions were arrived at. Furthermore, reports that have been circulated to NEC members informing those decisions are not published. I would maintain that in the spirit of genuine transparency, that the default position should be that, as well as the minutes, such reports are also made available to all branch officials, unless there are sound, demonstrable reasons for not doing so. This would also serve to demonstrate that NEC decisions are being made in a considered and professional manner. As mentioned earlier, incorporation of Narpo was carried out primarily to protect individual members from personal financial liability. Now is the time to protect Narpo itself from the possible adverse consequences at any time in the future of poor, unwise financial decisions by the NEC. We've heard from the President and other speakers about the vital work that Narpo is carrying out, and it's essential that we remain financially sound so that we can carry out that future work. If the measures contained in this resolution are accepted and acted upon in good faith by the current and future members of the NEC, it will not only help each of them to fulfil their fiduciary duty as directors, but also ensure that future Narpo conferences won't have to debate issues about poor financial management. I would ask you to think about the positive benefits that this resolution can bring to the operation of Narpo and vote for this resolution. Mr. Chairman and delegates, thank you for listening to me.
Oh, you want to come on, Eric?
Good afternoon, Conference. Eric Smith again from London. I'm going to keep this simple. The current rules and articles of the association preclude the NEC members, the directors of this association, from voting individually on this resolution. That cannot be right. If the rules were changed whereby the men and women of the NEC, the directors of the organisation, were allowed an individual vote, how many of you would vote in support of this resolution? I know you can't answer that, but just have it on your conscience. Conference, support this resolution.
Does the seconder wish to speak? No, thank you. Would the proposer care to wind up?
Mr. President, delegates, just 2 seconds, and thank you very much for the NEC response. I just wish the NEC had come this afternoon and said to you, Joe, delegates, here is the internal report. This is what we have read, because you haven't read it, and I certainly haven't read it. The other thing, costs involved. I've said very, very clearly today what I think should happen. We approve this today. The NEC decide, right, they decide who the internal auditor is. I hope that internal auditor would come from this audience or one of our members. And certainly, no stretch of the imagination am I talking about paying somebody £1,400 an hour. Blimey, I'll come and do the job for nothing. £1,400 an hour is just ridiculous. And then for the NEC to come and say, this is legally flawed. If it's legally flawed, I want to see the evidence it's legally flawed. Show me the legal advice. And let's tell you this, everyone. I have a daughter who's gone to the dark side. She is a barrister. You give my daughter, ask her to give you legal advice on one thing, she'll do it. You ask her to give you legal advice on exactly the opposite thing, she'll do that as well and charge you £2,000 an hour for the benefit of it. Thank you very much, everyone.
Right, Conference, we're going to move to the vote, but before we do, I'm afraid there has been a bit of a problem, which can be overcome. We understand that some of the palmlets, the batteries, may have run flat. Would you check we have replacements. Would you check if your palmlets are still working? If there's any that's not, please, would you stand up and they will come and replace your palmlet or replace the card in the palmlet. Somebody here? Here? Over there? It's like mushrooms are popping up. Not that many. There's about a dozen. Lady there. Late. Joe's already said it. I don't need to repeat it. Hmm? All right, yeah. There aren't any more. All right, we're now all the palmlets are working, so we can now proceed to the vote. The vote is on the Resolution 2 in the name of Birmingham. For those who are in favour, please press the green button, and those who are against, please press the red from now. Yeah. Hang on, we'll keep the vote open while somebody's found that theirs. No, it isn't. No, you can do it. You can't. We'll see how close it is, won't we? We'll have a revote. That is lost. No, it's a rule change, as Joe referred to. That's 2/3 majority to pass. That does surprise me, to be honest, but it is not passed. It is lost. Mm-hmm. Rule 21, yeah. So I'm sorry, well, I suppose as the NEC I should be happy, so I won't say. So that is the decision. So we move on now, coming to the close. First of all, to note the elected reserves, they are on page 27 of the agenda. I don't think we need to go through them by name. They're there for you all to see. Time to move on to farewell. Farewell to NEC members, an introduction to the new members. I don't know if we have the slides. During the year, John Birkinshaw from number 2 region resigned, as did Robin Michaelides from number 1 region, both for personal reasons, no connection in that, but they both left earlier this year. And we're pleased to welcome from number 1 region, Stan O'Connor, and from number 2 region, Jim Black. When did you have that photo taken, Stan? So if we could just show the slide with all the NEC members in turn, and I'll move on to closure and members' last conference. Raffle? Well, before we close, we're going to give the... Have you got the results? Right. If you could come as we close to collect them. You read it, because I can't read your writing. 3 to draw. She's into IT. Is it not? Can we turn the mic on? It's on.
It's on. I'll try again. The Jerry Richardson Trust raffle is a weekend break, and the winner is 116 Pink. That's a raffle ticket, 116 Pink. So if you'd just like to tell me who you are. The second prize is a bottle, 480 White. 480 White. And the third prize is a 240 Pink. So those are the 3 prizes. The police friendly... Are you the first one? Oh, we've got 116, you're the weekend. I'll tell you, write your name on the back. Thank you. Police friendly is a Marks and Spencer's gift voucher, £50, and that's won by Stephen Cousins. Write your name on the back of there. You right? Yeah, okay. The Wendy Wu prize is a bottle of whiskey, and that's Paul Blagg, B-L-A-G-G. And they just want you to know that the Blue Knight Law Enforcement Motorcycle Club raised £85, which they've given to cops. Yeah. Oh, some more prizes.
Yeah, from Blue Knights.
That's the Blue Knights. No, there wasn't any water in it. The Blue Knights prize as well is 163, Kath McVitie.
Right.
Right.
These are all Blue Knights.
And this is another Blue Knights one, Peter Mann. You, Kath? There you are, my dear.
You can't wait.
Peter Mann. What's this one for? And the last Blue Knight is 146. It just said Richard.
No, it's not.
Are you Mr. Mann? There you go.
Thank you very much.
You're the weekend. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, I can come for that later.
You're Richard?
Right, let's move on then to the close. First of all, thanks very much to the scrutineers and to the stewards. The stewards especially have done a marvellous job today looking after us. Thank you. Thanks to the members of the Conference Arrangements Committee who've made the arrangement for today. And a very, very, very special thanks to Angela, Melissa and Claire who've been here, were here last night assisting with everything. I want to for the technical management, and I know we've had problems with the sound, but that is because it belongs to the conference centre, and next year they'll probably bring their own equipment to avoid these problems. Lumi, who have arranged the proxy voting, which again I think you'll agree went well. It's a lot easier than the old stand up, sit down and clicker. Oh no, it's not. Who said that? Who said that? A scrutineer. Yeah. To the staff and management of the Blackpool Conference Centre, I think you'll agree that the catering this year has been immensely better than it was 2 years ago. Yeah. And of course, special thanks to you, the delegates and supporters, especially as it's been such a good-natured, such a pleasant and a pleasure to actually chair this year. It's been really good, and thank you to you. You make the conference, not us. We arrange it. Now, Matthew has sent us a message. I don't know whether you really want to know, but we know Angela Rain has gone, and Yvette Cooper's been moved to Foreign Secretary. Mr. David Lammy has been moved to Justice, with Shabana Mahmood in turn becoming Home Secretary. I know that the millionaires are fleeing the country. We might be joining them. Sorry, that politics, but right. So those attending tonight's supper and entertainment by Soul Kinda Wonderful will be here at the conference centre. Please note, admission to the venue will be on production of the ticket, and it is the venue is where we had dinner last night, Kate?
Yes.
The Empress. So it's same entrance here, Leopold Grove, for that. And so I say to all of you, whenever you leave or before you leave, please leave the cards in your palmlets, but you'll hand them in as you leave, rather than being sent an invoice after for a palmlet. So, yeah, to all, and whenever you leave Torquay, whether it's tonight or later, see, cut and paste. AI might have an improvement, but cut and paste has its problems. So when you leave Blackpool tonight or later, and seriously, I hope you have a very safe journey. Have a very, very wonderful year till we see you next year at the Riviera Centre, Torquay, on Friday the 11th of September. Thank you so much, conference.